What's up? How you guys doing? Welcome back. Oh, it's quiet again. It's so nice. There's a lot of construction going on around here, and they are doing a ton of stuff to clean up the parking lot, thankfully. And I drove this morning, and they had a bunch of garden hoses running to pressure washers, and they were pressure washing everything. So that's fun, because then I'm around the back of the building, so then you have to figure out where to go. It's just, so between like a road closure with the construction, all that going on, all right, we're cool. We're good now, finally. It's just funny. I don't even know what to tell people how to find this place anymore, but they did good. They found this place. What's up? Garrett M. Jordan, Supreme. What's up? So we are doing this lovely K5 today. We're going to be doing 20% on all. Ooh, that sounds bad. What was that? Oh, that was my light. I thought it was my coffee. That would have been really bad. We're going to do 20% all the way around on the sides and the rear. We're going to do the windshield in 50%. And yeah, and it's going to be a good time. There's a little bit to know about the K5. The front quarters are a little bit of a pain. And that's about it. Also the brake light. I like the corners of the headlights. Yeah, they're cool. Look at that. I like what they did. You don't see any cars, hardly anything that does, especially something like this that goes all the way up and around. It's nice. I think it's the, I think I still got a K5 as like the banner of the group. And then this one also has the updated emblem on it too. It's nice that they were doing this on all the new ones. I remember that changeover. It's about time. About time, Kia. Oh, now it sounds like they're still doing more stuff. I get spoiled here. It's so quiet, and then they do something that's really obnoxious, and like leaf blowers and pressure washers outside. It's good fun. I was looking at my tint stuff a minute ago and some Geoshield Pro Classic, a good starter film. You can do most windows with a 36-inch roll. Yeah, for sure. So if you have the budget for Pro Classic, yes, it's an amazing film to use and practice with and everything like that. Yep. What's up? Is this a car showroom? It could be. No, it's not quite that fancy. This is my my tint shop. What software do you use for your plotter? Right now I'm using PRECUT, and it's been pretty solid. I don't usually cut out doors off the plotter anyways, so back glasses and quarter windows I've been very happy with. So we're gonna do the quarter windows, especially these front ones. They're a little tedious to cut out, so if it can nail those cuts, I will be super happy. How many cars do you average in a week? Not that many. Honestly, right now it's probably about one. It's been about one a day for a little bit, sometimes two a day. The biggest reason why I made that change was so I could focus on more stuff like this. So when I was tinting for other companies, it was generally like, you know, I'd do 3 or 4 full cars in a day. Couple would get windshields, and there'd be a few sets of doors thrown in there. That was like a pretty busy day. So I'm way more easygoing now. I get to set my own schedule, so I give myself days that I want to work. But this is a very different thing. So I wouldn't have the time to do this if I was trying to pack my schedule. I need to get into commercial. I've had 6 people call me this morning for commercial. Wow. Dang. Yeah, that's God, that's a tough one too. Like, I look for solving issues that people are calling me about. So if I don't do taillights, I hardly get called ever about taillights. I just don't feel like doing taillights. But if I was getting calls nonstop to do them, I would probably take them on. So getting that many calls for commercial work, yeah.
Daniel Rayner super chatted $9.99. Must
Daniel
have Master
Rayner,
Kuya
what's
Matt.
up, my man?
Which of the carbon
Must have
series
Master
you
Kuya.
use from Geoshield?
Which of the carbon series you use from Geoshield? I gotta turn that up. That is really quiet in my ear. Which of the carbon? I use the C2. C2 was the kind of the original carbon that they pulled in. That was a significant changeover. So since then, they have added carbon plus ceramic, which is more than a carbon. It's more in line with like a ceramic film. So that blocks out a lot more heat. I don't think they've got anything else, because then you're talking about like, all right, let's take a look-see here. Because yeah, like, you need like a more visual way to explain this rather than spec sheets. This is probably something I should give them a heads up about. Because a film company is gonna talk in specs, essentially. And, you know, if you call them, they'll be able to guide you through it. But just at face value, it's kind of hard to go through everything. It gets really confusing. So Pro Nano, being at the top, this is their longest carrying ceramic film. You can see that goes all the way up into 70. It's just under the Pro Nano Ultra name. And it blocks out just a little bit more IR here. This is why I say 75 to like 85%, because you're blocking out a little bit more. There's some 70 and 80 and 90% films that are just geared more towards being an ultra clear high-end ceramic film. And then you have Apex. So this is actually their new top-of-the-line ceramic. So this has really high IR numbers. Yeah, this has really high IR numbers, which is crazy. This is a newer edition. This is this goes in that super ceramic category. And then you have C2, so this is their carbon. This is a great carbon film. They've got 50, 40, 35, 20, 15, and 5. This is a great carbon lineup here. So this is what I carry. So I go Pro Classic, C2, Pro Nano right now. Carbon Plus, this is their newest edition. So this is more in line with something like a Pro Nano. It's got really, really high IR numbers. I'm going to have to do some more tests here. 63 through 35. 66 through 49. Oh, okay. I think I see my issue here. Okay, so the Carbon Plus, I was looking as a total replacement for Pro Nano. Here's an interesting thing. You can see the higher you go, or the darker you go in the Carbon Plus, the higher the total solar energy numbers are, and it drops up a little on the IR as well. So essentially, the carbon has a lot to do with what also blocks out that heat on top of the ceramic. So those things work hand in hand. Where on the Pro Nano, you've got very consistent numbers throughout. So 76, 76, 76, 76, 66, 62, 58. Like they're pretty close. So that's probably why I felt a little bit of a difference there. And then you have Pro Classic, which is a dyed film, color stable dyed film. So this is a high quality dyed film. It's not going to block out heat, but it's going to look good and it's going to last a long time. So I carry this one, I carry this one, and I carry this one. But yeah, there's good ways to show it. without spec sheets, probably just have a graphic designer redo that. Or make it really clear. I didn't even think about that. Apex is great. I have it all over my car. Nice, very nice. Yeah, I actually have it right now on my front doors and my windshield. Which Geoshield film would you recommend for starting out? I'm starting to do my own thing, slowly realizing upfront cost for tools, film, etc. is going to make me cry. Okay. One way to at least try and manage your budget a little bit and get into some good film is do half rolls. So you can do 36-inch rolls, but you can do 50 feet instead of 100. That's a good way to get some film and get going. Speaking of getting going, we should just start. You're absolutely right. There's no audio, which is good because I turned it on and I accidentally left the radio on. Or even sample rolls. See, with sample rolls, you'll get like 10 feet. But Geo will, like, they'll sell you sample rolls and then they'll credit your first order. There are a couple of ways to try and manage the budget in the beginning. So what you're going to want to do is look at, to be honest, so look, I know if you're just going all out with a lineup of film, I know it's expensive. But a couple good ways to try and manage that budget in the beginning: go with half rolls and carry what you're really going to use the most. Generally, that's 20%, 35, or usually for most people just starting out, it's 20% and 5%, and then it's good to also have 35%. So, like, if you really need to manage that budget, do those, and then you can carry 36-inch rolls. That'll be a little bit less expensive than a 40, and it'll cover damn near everything, unless you get a lot of truck windows, and then it would be beneficial to carry like the 20% that's going to match the rears. So if you don't want to go with something like Pro Classic, there's also Tint Depot carries some budget-friendly films like Superior Charcoal. That is a better one. They have a 5-year film that's good to practice with. And then also Sun Distributing has their Orbit lineup, which is going to be very similar. Helios Orbit, which is going to be very similar to Pro Classic. So let me try and fix this one. That is not fun. Helios Orbit is going to be very similar, and it's going to be a little bit cheaper. And I think they still do 50-foot rolls too. Don't hold me to that. You have to check their site. Sun Distributing. Ooh, I hate this window. This window drives me crazy. You like let the mouse slide down, and then this window keeps popping up. And it's so they can have all these things pop up in front of your face. Ugh, drives me nuts. I did a 12 Jag XF. The rear deck has to come out behind the third brake light. So annoying. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no kidding on that one. Jags are like uber annoying. The door seals are right up there with like Range Rover. Honestly, sometimes a little bit more difficult. And then, like you said, that third brake light, I did an XJL. I've done a couple of them. The door seals are really, really tight. And then I had to cut around the third brake light on that one. So I was just talking to the client with this car, and they got told that shops wouldn't remove that brake light, which, okay, that one is silly. If I remove something, it's generally pretty easy to do. It's silly to not remove that one. But a Jag, ooh, you're in for some work on there. I think you might have to, at least on previous ones, I watched somebody like have to take out part of the rear seat in order to get that deck lid out. Because they're usually butt upright against them. So you have to remove the seat, and sometimes that involves removing the lower one. Yeah, I'll be honest, I'm happy I don't get them hardly at all. Every once in a while I'd get a Jag to do. I'm happy with my workflow, I really am. Doing like super high-end cars, it's nice. Especially if the clients are paying for what they're really worth. But man, some of them can be an utter headache. Oh, it's so quiet now. I'm very happy with that. I was really surprised. They actually are power washing all the back concrete walls. So this parking lot, they just redid the parking lot last year. Like they repaved it, and then whatever they did didn't last because it looked terrible this year. And then they just filled in any of the holes that were there. They cleaned everything up. They finally cleared out all the brush. They threw away all the extra trash that got built up. It looks good now. It's nice. It's nice when a company actually cares about the building. Doesn't put it on all the tenants. About to do a 19 Kia Sportage windshield. Should be fun. Nice. Very nice. Yeah, that's cool. Kia windshields are fun. This one's not too bad. These side seals are definitely deeper. But the windshield, it's a little bit sloped with the dash in the way. But they at least give me a fair amount of space on all the bottom and the sides. The one unfortunate bit is this one right here. I'm gonna blend my cut straight in right around that camera because you start messing. So on the windshield cameras, those are definitely a little bit different. Because you're messing with the ADAS systems. You don't want to mess with those. Those seals are so easy to remove. You don't have to remove any bolts. Yeah, that panel pulls back and the bottom seal comes out. It's mostly the side seals that are tighter. The bottom seals aren't really a hassle for me. I've done it. I've done it on the first K5 that I did. I pulled the front seals, and then I've done every single one of them without it. Oh yeah, that's it. I'm going to see how this is. So I was looking into some glass cleaner videos because I took a bottle of isopropyl alcohol, and that honestly is probably the best glass cleaner that I've used. Just because it evaporates super fast and it's streak free, and I'm like, why don't more people do this? And I started looking into some videos, and I didn't realize this. So Invisible Glass is an alcohol-based glass cleaner. I know a lot of people were saying that they really liked it. And I really like Sprayway, too. So then I was like, well, just what does other stuff look like? So I'm just playing around with glass cleaner. Because I kind of would like to make a video. But the best way to test them out is all the cars that come in that honestly aren't even, that have road grime on it, and then you just wipe it off. All right, this one I'm going to scrub down, though. I know you get asked this all the time, but what's your slip ratio again? So I use 3/4 baby shampoo and about 1/4 Dawn. So in a 3-gallon keg like that one, I'll do about 2.5 ounces of baby shampoo and then about 1 ounce of Dawn, and I'll see how that matches up with an install. And if I feel like, it was too slick, I'll back off on the baby shampoo. And if I feel like it's not soapy enough, I'll add more baby shampoo, and I'll leave the same amount of Dawn in it, pretty much. But just having like a good squirt of Dawn in there has been a big help. Did a 97 Sentra, the rear windows and windshield aren't fun. Whenever you get back into the 90s, yeah, usually cars from there aren't as fun. How much should I charge for ceramic compared to carbon? What are you charging for carbon? I'm kind of playing around with it a little bit. So as inflation, keeps going up and up and up, film gets more expensive, everything gets more expensive. You have to do something about your prices. But there's what your market will, there's your customers and what they can reasonably pay too. But let me get a baseline on a regular one. Because it's, I saw a post the other day. There was too much for me to want to type, but somebody was just charging like $10 extra per series, and at that, you're not even like covering your cost of film, or like it doesn't make sense. Let's say $260 for carbon at the moment. I work from a garage. So is that $260 on a car like this with a windshield or without a windshield? I'm assuming without. All right, should we do this right now, or should we work on the doors first? I'm thinking. Let me tape this off, and then we'll do more. Without a windshield for sedans? Nice, okay, that's good. $260, yeah, that's, oh wait, where was I? 260. Oh, that's what I was starting for dyed. So really, that's not bad. for ceramic, do you offer a dyed film too? That's a good question. Because I don't want to just blanket say a bunch of stuff. But if you're doing like 260 for carbon, I would probably jump up $100 into ceramic. You kind of want to do incremental increases. Some people will go a couple $100 more. Some people go 150 more. Everybody's going to be different. So I'm not the best person to ask for this. But I've made my lineup pretty straightforward. So I just started at 290. That's in my color stable. And then, because I want it to be about 300 starting for a job because of the time. So at that point, I made it 350 to jump up into carbon, because that's where I'd really like to be. I used to be 250 for dyed, and then 350, and then 450. See, that's like nice incremental updates. But then I just kept spending way too much time starting. And so then I noticed most people that were coming in, there was that sweet spot where it's like, you know, I obviously want to sell some better films, but I'm not trying to go crazy either. As best as I can explain that. So what I did was I raised my entry-level price and then just left the carbon and the ceramic where they were at. So that way, you know, even if somebody goes with the standard, I feel like I'm getting my time's worth on it. And then the extra ones, it's like carbon really is such a great value. All right, so we need our 20%. So that's going to be this one. I feel like I had another roll. Let me double check. That feels real heavy. Yes, this one. This is the one from yesterday. I'm investing in ceramic. So I did not use dyed films, but I recently changed to Geoshield, so I want to overcharge. I'm working my way up. I'm investing in ceramic at the moment. Okay, something to think about is, so when you're buying anything out there, there's incremental prices and incremental features. So a good way to structure your business is generally, you don't want to make things completely overwhelming, but you want a pretty clear-cut reason why somebody would go with one film over the next film, or one product over the next product. So some people just like, oh, I only do carbon and ceramic. And like every business is going to be a little bit unique. Or just, you know, whatever they do is what they like to do or what works well for their business. So I don't know. I don't know for sure. But having a clear cut, like I like having Pro Classic because then the reason to get carbon is just super obvious. Why would you want to get carbon over dyed? Well, it blocks out 50% of the heat. It's not made with any dyes. It's a better grade of film there. And then the ceramic is then going to block out even more heat. So like there's a real clear-cut reason to all of it. And then, so in another market, somebody might carry just a cheaper dyed film and then carry a lifetime warranty film. So then, you know, it's going to last longer. So it's just, as far as the business goes, it makes a lot of sense to carry a range of films. And there's going to be a lot of people coming to you that don't necessarily even know the real value of carbon or ceramic. So it's just something to keep in mind. Do you use carbon blades for your top edge or just normal stainless steel? Now I use these, this black pack right here. These are my favorite. These are the easiest way to cut out a top edge that I've found. I also don't use a red dot for it anymore, and I'll show you. You know, stainless steel is the safest for cutting on glass, so I cut all the sides and the bottom with stainless. If I have to round corners, I use stainless. But in an area like the top edge where it's not riding on the glass, I was recommended carbon blades for a long time, and I've tried them, and I didn't notice a huge difference until I moved to the 30-degree blades, and those are real sharp. I like those a lot. But then I was looking for another pack of 30 degrees, and I noticed that they had some that said ultra sharp thin, and I was like, ooh, what's that about? So I picked up every version, and yeah, they sell two different thin blades, and they're both awesome. I can't tell a difference really, one or the other. But, you know, versus super sharp versus ultra sharp, I don't know. I just got the ultra ones, and that's the ones I keep reordering. I like the ultra better because they say ultra. So just what I've noticed with thinner blades is it basically prevents skipping. So with regular blades, sometimes, you know, you're trying to, either your blade slips out or it grabs and you get a little bit of a jitter, and you're trying to shave off that sliver, and you can't quite get it started again. With the ultra thin ones, dude, they just allow you to shave little teeny tiny slivers off of your film. And I can usually just angle my blade down a little bit, cut it perfectly to where if I try and recut a sliver off of it, it's already cut as much as I can. With a regular stainless, what I noticed is like I cut, and then sometimes I go back and recut it, and I can still shave a sliver off of it. And the reason for like a basic plastic knife is it just holds the film right up against that window, and it's not going to score your film. So like I clown a lot on like cheapo plastic knives and just like come on, this is stupid. But with the red dot, this makes way more sense for everywhere that you're cutting, but the metal, if you press it too hard against the film, it can score the film. So it'll leave a little line there. This, just soft plastic against that film, it doesn't score it or anything, so I've been pretty happy with this combo here. So yeah, if you like the black carbon NT blades, try the ultra thin ones, and you'll probably see what I mean about the little difference here. It's the best setup. It's like a noticeable change, where when I was using just the black carbon blades, it was hard for me to tell kind of a difference. I don't know if it was just the type of black carbon blades that we got. There's lots of different qualities out there. Maybe I just got whatever black carbon blades. I don't know. But the 30 degree ones I really liked for that 30 degree. That 30 degree angle is like an art. Like, so if you're doing like arts and crafts and you're cutting stuff out on a table or like exactly like this, right? That 30 degree helps you see better, and it gets those little slivers started way easier. But give the thin ones a try. They're super nice. The only thing that the disclaimer that I always give is if you're using 2 knives, just be careful. Carbon can still cut glass. Even the thin ones can still cut glass. So when you're rounding corners and stuff like that, just go back to the stainless steel. But for like a lot of your top edge stuff, you can just switch over to the carbon, and it's a pretty obvious difference, especially when you keep it in a plastic blade holder or something. There's a very clear difference there. Best place to get a tint board. To be honest, I'm not sure. You can call local glass shops and get a quote on a big piece of glass. You can also keep an eye out in the classifieds for like just people that are throwing away windows. So you might find a big piece of glass that's perfect for you. A really, really cool tint board that you can order, but it doesn't come with the glass because trying to ship a piece of glass would be incredibly expensive. Is the one from Mike, the Maupod station. It's got a hookup for a tint keg and everything, but it's a mobile peel board, and it's really big, it's really wide. You just got to get a piece of glass for it. It's a super, super cool setup. It would honestly be a nice addition if I put it like over there and I could push it out of the way and move it where I need to. It's a really, really good idea. I'm not like super crafty with building stuff. So like cutting wood framing and stuff like that, it just takes me too long to understand what I need to cut. Or can you get that mobile peel board? Let me see if I can find out here. I'll get you a link. The site can't be loaded. Why not? Why is this site not working? I'm trying to show people. I wonder if it's on his, like, make more money. Can somebody find this for me? Because it should be here. But his site's broken. Let me see. God, his site's broken. It might be on his new site, Autofilm Mastery. Or is this just the shop? Maybe he moved things. Dang it, I don't know. Okay, we'll figure this out later. I don't know. I gotta keep doing this. It used to be like Instagram. This is a good way to maybe keep up to date with what's going on here. Because he's got cool setups for like architectural and stuff like that. He's got some pretty unique designs and things that they custom make, which is pretty sweet. It's just for the everyman, I can't for the life of me find it. If you like pay attention to Facebook, then you've seen it a handful of times. This is a really bad picture of it. So this is essentially what it is. So look for like Mao Pod Station. Mike Noring is his name. So like there's a couple ways to try and get in touch with him. Just look through his Instagram or something, or on Facebook. But it's got this aluminum framing, and it goes all the way around. This is they're assembling a bunch of kegs and stuff like that, and they got a place to mount the keg on it, and then this is just a glass peel board. They have this cool, like, I don't know, overhanging tube where you can run your line, and you can push this around. It's a pretty sweet setup. I like the idea a lot. All right. If you see it, or if, I don't know, maybe somebody can make a Facebook group post or something, because I actually don't think it'll let people link anything. I think that's another problem too. Old sliding glass door, ripped it out, and it's a peel board. Yeah, exactly. It just depends on how fancy you want it to look. Yeah, you don't need anything. You don't need anything fancy for a peel board. It's when you're going for like a full shop aesthetic, or you got the extra cash to spend on something. You just want something clean, well made, put together. It's where you're gonna get something like that. But you can make any glass work. This was a storm window that was left behind from the previous tenant, and I have like 3 of them back there. They're dual pane, so they're like super heavy. And I ended up just playing around with a couple of films, so I put an iridescent film on the back, also with a frost, and then so it kind of looks funky. So it was a fun setup. I like it. But it's not, I'd like it to be wider. It was just a good way to get some glass on there. I had another one there for a period of time. I could put them back if I wanted to. But yeah, pay attention to your local classified ads, and sometimes you'll find a pretty sweet deal. Somebody remodeling a house or whatever, like, what are they going to do with big old sliding glass doors? They just want to get rid of them. But, I mean, all you're going to be doing is cutting on it. So who cares? It'll work great. Why do I hear that K5 are hard to do? Because they can be. So on the K5s, the seals are tighter on the side windows. So you just don't want to cut them super wide. The third brake light can throw some people for a loop. Other than that, and the quarter windows. So I wouldn't say they're not a pain, but they're not maybe as quick as every other Kia or some other Kias are to do. Because Kias, like, for a long time, they were very simple cars to do. So this is like a little harder, but it's not bad. Although I probably shouldn't say that, because then that's when we run into problems. I'm going to throw those away in a sec. See what I mean? It's like impossible to shave another sliver off of it. Do you think buying security film and going to local businesses and schools would be a good business strategy, or most likely be a bust? I don't know. So, schools, I think, are a bigger decision. I don't think it's necessarily the individual school that's making that decision. I think it's a bigger board. The only reason I know that much is because I talk to people, and their company got a big contract to outfit literally all the schools in security film. I think now is an interesting time where that is, if they don't have it already, it's definitely something that they're taking into consideration. But I know it was like a $2 million contract or something to literally do all the schools within a certain amount of time, and it was more than just one school. Walking in and just trying to sell anything is always a difficult thing, in my opinion. You want, like, it's easier to sell to people that are looking for stuff. So, like, if you kind of put it out there that it's a service that you offer, then you might be able to get that way. And then if you have spare time, shit, knock on some doors and see what happens. You never know when you're going to meet that one person that just all of a sudden gets the ball rolling. But I think it is going to be a lot of no's until somebody gives you a yes. That doesn't mean it's not worth the time. It's just if you want to make it happen, then just start knocking on doors and seeing what happens with it, and you'll find out if it really is a good strategy or not. I can't tell you for sure one way or the other. I have, like, my opinions, and then reality sets in. I thought a really good idea, too, would be possibly having a rep go out to doctor's offices. Because skin cancer is a legitimate concern. So having a place for them to recommend patients after the fact is probably a good way to kind of go after a unique business. Because I don't think people are going after the medical side of it, and there are 100% reasons why it matters. So that is more off of recommendations from the clinic or the doctor's office or whatever. I think that would be a pretty good avenue to at least get your name out there. But nowadays, the way that people find businesses and information is they look on their phones. Like, then, they come across a video, and then they get served something, and then they go down that rabbit trail. So it's like a lot of energy should be spent into some of those things, at least. That's actually where this one came from Ohio. I think the Columbus area? I don't know, somewhere southern Ohio. I think. It was somewhere in Ohio. But yeah, they took a trip up here to come all the way up here to get it tinted. Like, that's super cool. It doesn't happen every day. But I wouldn't have had this business unless I had that info and all this effort out there already. So most people are looking for tint, for just a good tint job, and just finding a place that can put out good work when they care about their cars is a hard enough, believe it or not, like a hard enough thing for a lot of people, because there's so many bad shops out there. Or all it takes is that one bad experience, and then you're just not sure where to go. So I think that's happening a lot nowadays. Like, you have your stuff that you can still rely on, like traditional businesses, but then there's these like unique services that, like, you know, they're businesses. They try and generate as much revenue as they can. They're, you know, bigger corporations, bigger faceless corporations, and finding people that are more personable and like show that they care about what they actually do have a better way now more than ever of illustrating that type of stuff. So there's a lot of good opportunity out there. And look, I can only tint so many cars, and I'm only in this area, and not everybody's coming to me. There's a lot of cars on the road. And also houses. So like back to getting into like schools and commercials and stuff like that. I didn't even know where to start with getting into residential. And then somebody made it really simple for me. I think it was Patrick. I think he told me, like, him and probably Martin, talking to both those people, they've gotten more into flat glass than I ever will, probably. But they're like, yeah, so people have houses, and generally your clients that you've done their cars for, they're going to trust you then to tint their house. So if you let your existing clients know that you also do commercial and residential, then you can start building up those portfolios, and you get opportunities, and you start growing into a bigger commercial and residential business. It's not what I'm looking to do. I like to stay in my cave. But it's like, oh, well, that's super easy then. Because you're not knocking on doors trying to stir up random business. You're already getting business that people are comfortable with. Hello, Tint Studio, how can I help you? Sure thing. So the side windows on the Ram, the front two doors, would start at $120. That's in a color stable dyed film. We do carry carbon and ceramic films. The carbon would be $160, and the ceramic would be $200. Was there anything you were looking for in particular already? Okay, carbon. Yeah, it's a great option. It blocks out about 50% of the heat. It's my most popular choice, honestly. I'm installing it right now on a K5. So I'm a little bit booked out. Let me pull up my calendar and I can see how quick I can get you in. Calendar. Looks like I could get you in Monday at 2 o'clock if that works for you. Mm-hmm. Tuesday, I'm actually teaching a class Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. So I wouldn't be able to get it in. The next day that I could get you in would be that Friday, same time, about 2 o'clock. We'll do Monday at 2? Okay, perfect. I will mark you down for Monday at 2. The way that I confirm appointments and everything is I take deposits over my site. So what I'll do is I'll text you a link to my booking page, and then once I get that deposit for 2 o'clock on Monday, you will be all set. And the deposit goes right towards the balance of the job. All right, no problem. I'll get that right over. All right, have a good one. Cool. Sometimes I get so scatterbrained when I try and talk about different films. There we go. That's that. Is this still working? I think so. If you were only able to use 3 or 4 of your main squeegees for every vehicle, what would they be? Any ideas? 3 or 4 of your main squeegees. Yeah, kinda. So, handled squeegee, hybrid, tri-edge. I mean, you see me use it on so many things. And, I don't know. How about those? How about just 2? And then if I think of a couple more, I'll tell you. You can do so much with just those 2. It's kind of awesome. There's lots of tools out there, and look, I got a wall with a ton of tools and a ton of options. So most of it comes down to personal preference. You don't need that much to tint a window, but some of the extra ones are amazing to have for special situations. And then with trying things, you accumulate stuff over the years. Got a 17 Honda Accord coming in. Anything I should watch out for? Make sure the dash, if you're doing the windshield, make sure the dash is covered up. I do hear some people having problems with Accords. But I also think some of those people aren't super careful, but just be careful. Because, like, I would hear the same thing on the Rams. Like, there's so many people that don't do Rams because they're all spooked. And I've done so many Rams since we figured out what the issue with the Ram was, and I do the exact same thing with every car that I pull in. I just cover it up a ton. You don't give the water a chance to go anywhere else. Be careful on the side pillars, and you're fine. So that's the case with, like, most cars. Pay attention to, like, the Facebook group, because that's where you'll get heads up on that type of stuff. So, like, there's a Mercedes C300, I think. I forgot what the module is called, but the rear trunk. There's a module, and Mercedes actually put a PSA because so many people are screwing them up. Even with trying to be careful, so it's just kind of a general disclaimer. The part is super backed up because so many people are ruining them. I forgot what it's called. But it was like, I think, a newer C300. The window tint stuff group on Facebook. That's where, you know, lots of questions, lots of tinters running into problems and helping everybody out, which is super cool to see. And then that little heads up, that's what I mainly pay attention to. The SAM unit, yes, that. We all talk about BCMs. There's other things that can go bad. Apparently they have a unit that they call Sam, and he will screw up the car. And with supply shortages, it gets extra not fun. So not only does it cost you money, but then somebody is having problems with the car for an extended period of time. Nobody wants that. $1,400? Oof. Yeah, that's not fun. It's especially worrisome when a manufacturer puts out a PSA about window tinters. Because there's this, like, window of time where on a new vehicle, Oh, what? We messed up? Okay, we'll just replace it. Yeah, we have no idea. And then they'll start looking into it and they can't identify, like, oh, maybe it was an anomaly. Maybe rain got in. Like, who knows? We're not sure. But then once it gets pegged on window tinters, it's like, yep, take it to the dealer and have them send me the bill. Sucks. Cool. So these seals, they're definitely deeper. And your film gets harder and harder to press in on a deep seal. So they can give you some challenges. Nice. Looking good. Make sure that corner's pushed out before I roll it up. We'll let it sit here for a sec. Let it tack up. I can either take a heat gun or I can just let it sit there for a second. I think it's more the confusion on film comes in. Oh, cheap. What was that? Confusion on the film comes in when it comes to haze on cheap films and films that are a little bit more difficult to shrink for a novice. Yeah, I kind of get what you're saying there. Film for when you're new to this field, there's a whole lot of options. There's a whole lot of branding. Nobody knows where it comes from until you start talking to the people that run those businesses, and you have friends in other businesses, and you hear little things. That all kind of takes time. So yeah, it's very easy just to look at a feature set and a price and jump on something. But there's reasons why certain films cost what they do. And in everything, the more money that you throw at something, generally the better it is. Same thing with window film. It's just clearer. You buy a better film in the carbon or ceramic range, it's going to last longer, it's going to be clearer. Doesn't mean that it's going to be more user-friendly, but nowadays, a lot of them are way more user-friendly than what they used to be. Perfect. Oh, I got a pink one. Where did I get the pink one? I like the pink one. But I'll be honest, the green are the best. Perfect. So that little like air pocket going down, whenever it swells up, I'm always worried that it's gonna catch, like there's gonna be a spot that sticks to the glass and then I'm gonna crease it. So sometimes just going fast with something like that will help push everything out nice and quickly. But I babied it, but we're okay. Get all this extra air out around their little logo. Oh, they even changed the logo on the glass too. Look at that. I don't think I noticed that. Good job, Kia. That was a tight door seal. Yeah, so that's what's going to trip people up about this car. It's not so much the bottom, it's just the sides. When you have big rubber seals or big felt seals that kind of like have a wider surface area that presses against the glass and makes it harder to push in. Is it normal for Kia? Not really. I think it's becoming more normal. It's a little bit of a transition, but don't crease it. I try not to. So, and then to follow up with that door, you got this quarter window here. So if you peek all the way in here, you've got a ceramic border, which is nice. Same thing for the bottom. And then there's this little gap in the plastic that helps you hide any gaps here. So these you have to just be very particular about your cuts. So they can be, they're not terrible to cut out, but you just have to be a little bit more tedious with them. Where the rear quarter windows are very straightforward. It's just that regular dot matrix border, give you a lot of room on the inside. Same thing with the back window, way easy. Just the quarter windows are differently designed. So I don't know. I'm just gonna continue on the roll downs, and then I'll come back to it. I'll probably just slaughter cut it and see what happens with that guy. Because we might do that with the backlash too. I don't know. I don't have a plan. Trying to make them a little bit more quiet. Yeah, they could be. They've definitely upped their design by quite a lot. They've really had a long-term, like, quality / rebranding. I think they have like 10-year warranties with these things now. Like Kia got super competitive. So they upped their design, they upped the feature set by a lot, and then how long they'll back them too. It's crazy. It's what they needed to do. It's tough, but nice. Are you liking the Workhorse too? It's been good. The 23 Sportage, super tight on the seals, not a fan? Dang. We're already into 23, aren't we? You think they've always made a good car? They've made some real ugly ones though. They're not a brand that you know for quality and appearance, but they've definitely restructured. I think that goes hand in hand though. Like not quite the appearance, but I think that goes hand in hand with the people that own them. Cheaper cars, people just get them, they don't care for them. That adds to that. I've only seen their SUVs in the last 12 years. I see the like, I don't know, I've seen lots of different ones. I don't know if there was a category that I could put it in, but people that want to get their cars tinted. You see how people treat their cars. Depends on what your pricing is. If you're on the lower end, they bring you really beat up cars. Kia's not my most popular brand here either. I mean, we're the Motor City, so a lot of Ford and GM and Rams. So many Rams. There's a couple plants right over here though. So there's a Chrysler plant and there's a Ford plant over here. Lots of trucks. You know, I was a little worried about this. When I first started here, like, front doors is such a huge part of business. But, like, I haven't made it exactly quick and easy for people to get their front doors tinted here. Everything's on appointment. So, like, you know, it's not a hard thing to do a set of doors. But I schedule it like everything else. So people that are calling around for tint shops are kind of just looking for like a quick in and out thing, match the front doors to the back. So like it's never really made sense for people to bring lots of those in here, but I do get them here and there, especially from clients that have had their full cars tinted and then they get something else and they're like, oh, I need front doors tinted too. So yeah, I'm gonna go back there. So I'm really surprised at, like, for the channel I wanted a lot of full cars, and that's most of my business is just full cars, start to finish, with a handful of like front doors. So when I get front doors, it's nice to slot them in somewhere when I can, but I actually don't get near as many as working at other places, which I'm very happy about. All right, we're gonna let that sit for a sec. I expect you have a lot of trucks and SUVs from Michigan. Yeah, a ton. That's most. I mean, that's what most people are moving to. Trucks and SUVs, anyways. They've discontinued a lot of cars because more people end up moving to trucks and SUVs. Now I think we're going to see a lot of people moving to, I'd imagine a lot of people are going to move to hybrids. And no joke, hybrids are fantastic. You got a big beefy battery in them. Amazing gas mileage. Good in winter. There we go. What about the hybrid? I like the hybrid quite a lot. They break. Hybrids do? Well, they're going through a big change. So they were definitely not the most popular vehicle choice for years. So they'll make their way. Let's get a bumper to bumper warranty for like 10 years or whatever, if you're gonna have it that long. Okay, I'm way confused right now. Hang on. Might have to redo this one. Yeah. Alright, I'm just gonna redo this one. Damn it, I pulled the tape. I should have left it. Alright, hang on. I'm gonna redo this one. I cut it a little wide. And then I should have heated up the top corners just a little bit before I rolled it up. It slid a little out of place. I'm gonna shorten up the other one too. I said one helpful thing to do would be to cut your sides short. And on this one, I know they're like, just the way they got placed was a little bit wide. But I just kept going with it. I should have shortened them up a little bit, but I didn't. And so the top edge, when I rolled it down, had also slid just a little bit, and just those two little things, I'm like, they drove a long way. I'm just gonna redo it. Oh, I should have kept that 20 from yesterday. So you guys remember that Cadillac I did yesterday? Crazy thing. So after that stream, I had a set of doors, and I finished up the set of doors. And then pull the ram out. The guy's sitting in the parking lot with the Cadillac, and I'm like, hey, what's up? And he pointed to one spot in the driver's door. And I look at it, and look at it on the inside, look at it on the outside. There was a white spot laminated in the glass. And I was like, oh, man. I'm like, this was a situation where I'm like, okay, this customer's gonna think I'm full of shit right now, so I just have to prove it. Oh, you know what? This might be that 20 from yesterday. Shit, I thought I threw it out. Anyways. Okay, so I pull the car in, I told him, I'm like, okay, you're not gonna believe me yet, but give me a chance here. So I'm gonna pull this tint off, and then I'm gonna show you this spot, and then we'll go from there. And he, right in front of me, or right in front of him, I pull the film off the glass, and I'm like, okay, look at that spot. And he's like, son of a bitch, you're right, that's laminated in the glass. You can't feel it on the outside, can't feel it on the inside. It's right there in between. Yep, unfortunately. So I told him, I was like, okay, I would take it back to the dealership, have them replace the glass, and then I'll just throw a new piece on there. It's totally fine. It's just I want to get it taken care of. And he actually didn't want to take it back to the dealer. It was just, he's like, just redo it. That's fine. It's annoying, but it's going to be annoying to also get the whole glass replaced. I'll just deal with it. Okay, all right. So then I ended up redoing that door for him. He said he would pay for it, and I said, it's all good. Don't worry about it. I just want to get it taken care of. It's one of those things that nobody would notice until after it's tinted. It was such a bummer. I just felt bad. But see, in that position, like, yeah, could I have gotten money for it? Sure. But it's a door window, and he just paid to tint the whole thing. So it's really like, it's just one of those, like, it doesn't take long to redo it, pulled off really quickly, throw another piece on. It's basically like I messed up a window anyways. Yeah, he was a super cool dude. It was just one of those situations where it's like, okay, what's this guy really, wow, I went a little ways from that. It'll be fine. We'll tuck it. It's one of those things where you want to take care of the situation. And like, you know, he already just paid for a good job. And then if somebody's, you know, if I'm trying to get money from it, you almost feel like you're trying to, like, you're getting one pulled over on you. That type of thing. It's a cost of business. It's not a big deal. Yeah, parking lot, thinking about what you did. Thinking about what they tell you. Love those customers. Like, yeah, it's, you know, it's totally normal to be skeptical about it, right? Like, from a client's perspective, when you do a job and they're all happy, everything's cool, like, you just want everybody to be happy. You want them to stay in that happy place. When they come across something that is all of a sudden not cool anymore, then it's like, oh, shit. You start to become a little bit more cautious as like a client and everything, and you know, you hear a lot of shops taking advantage of people, and, you know, these things start to go in your head, and you just want everything to, like, okay, I just want to make sure that I can really trust this business or whatever. So when you have a customer and they have a problem, don't just brush it off. Take care of it. That's how you really, really build up some good business. So this goes for those small things too, you guys. If you tint a door window and somebody comes to you, like they bring it back and they're like, hey, there's just, you know, there's a couple of spots in it and they're pretty minimal and they're asking you about, you know, the one window, and you could try and argue your way out of it. You know what I mean? Like, oh, it's not a big deal. Oh, there's always going to be something. But if you actually try to, you're just like, oh yeah, I see what you mean. I totally get it. And then you just at that point, like, hey, I'm going to pull it in. I'm going to redo it. Don't sweat it. And then kind of explain the situation like there's always going to be something, but I'll take care of this, and just try and get it to look that much better. People become really, really happy because you're not just trying to like take their money and then brush them off after the work. You're showing that you actually care about it. So little things like that, they speak volumes. Because what the other thing is, if you, I've heard it so many times. So if you have somebody that comes back to your shop, and you kind of explain a situation away, and they're still not super happy, but you like, all right, fine, it is what it is. They gotta live with it, and it just simmers, man. Super chat.
RGC super chatted $4.99. The Tint dude, the nice dude. Nice advice.
RGC with the 5. The Tint dude, the nice dude, nice advice. Thanks for the 5, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, just taking care of like the little things. We get really tied up in doing the work that sometimes we forget what it's like to be a customer. So if you had that situation, you paid good money, you took it somewhere, there's a couple things that you're just like, and you brought it back. Like, it's already kind of a lot to bring it back for somebody. People that bring back vehicles, I don't think they have a fun time doing it either. Because it's an inconvenience. You have to do that interaction with somebody again where like, you know, I hope this guy just doesn't think I'm full of crap or trying to get one over on him and just genuinely don't like this one. So I think it's hard enough on them too. So just try and make it easy. Because they don't want to insult you. Like most people, they want to appreciate your work, but if there's a problem with it, like they also don't want to live with it. You don't like confrontation? Yeah, I don't either. Like, even with food, it's like you get served at a restaurant, and then it's just, like, wrong, or, I don't know, it's not good or something. And it's just like, oh, I guess I'll just deal with it. I think that's what most people do. So, even if you know you tinted it to the best of your ability, and I think there's definitely limits to it, but for the most part, it's like you gotta at least on some playing fields show by putting effort that you cared. This is like the situation I had yesterday. Oh, that's probably why I'm talking about it now. Yeah. How do you tint a windshield with the black dots around it? So you're just gonna layer over the dots, and whatever the border does is just kind of what it does. The alternative is like you dry out all the dots, and then you try and push it down. And it's kind of hit or miss. It's kind of like a Band-Aid fix. You can get some of them to look a little bit better. Nothing's gonna look perfect. There's always, like, raised dots are just an obstacle that tint doesn't fill in. So there's not a good way to handle it without maybe, like, you know, on the really thick ones. So, like, this is like a situation from 2010, really. There's dot matrix, heavy dot matrix borders that they would put at the top. So it's kind of like a Band-Aid solution. You'd fill them in with the glue, sand them down, do a couple other things, but you always have the dot borders that go around the rest of the car. I'd say, like, there's not enough money / concern that really balances out there. So in order to, like, make it perfect, you really, like, there's no way to do it. You'd literally have to, like, sand down all the dots around it, and you got little things like defroster lines and stuff like that. So in order to do that, you would then have to, like, pull the glass out of the car, right? There's not, like, a practical solution for it. So like I said, you can heat it up, you can dry it out, and then you can make them look marginally better. But it's not a perfect solution either. So it's just kind of on cars, that's just what you got to deal with. Some windshields will have them laminated. That's kind of an edge case, but some of them do. But yeah. I wish there was a good solution, but there's not. Not one that I've come across yet. And since everybody does it, that's just how everybody's is. One day they'll make the glass differently. I was curious, just jumps out at you, screams my windshield is tinted, right? But if you look at other people's vehicles, you'll start noticing the same thing too. I did a refund because the customer did not like the look. Yikes. That's sad. I would have an example window up front after that. I would put an example window. On my care instructions, it explains dotted edges. But at that point, it's like a little late. It is one of the first things people point to, especially if I show the car under this lighting. They walk around it, and they see those dots, and then they have a little concern. So I like being there when we look at the car. And I try to make it a point to show them on the outside, but also mention the inside. So when you open like, you'll see water pockets and moisture, and they're trying to soak it all in. It's all happening real fast. You know exactly what you're looking at, but it's a new car to them. So you got to take it in little stages there. So I'll explain, especially on this one, like with the windshield, they've had tint before, so they're going to know what to expect. But I'll always mention, you got to give it some time to dry. There's going to be a fair amount of moisture in that windshield too, so it's just going to look blurry for a little bit. It's going to look a little wavy, a little distorted. You need to let it dry. Custies are given a refund. Is that no? No customers are given refunds? Refunds is an interesting topic. I think there's some people you'd rather just give a refund, get out of your hair, because it's just not worth the time. I think most situations can be handled, and that's kind of an extreme situation, but it's unfortunate. Have you ever had to refund? Yeah. Actually, there was, so this was when I was in my home garage, actually. I had one, it was on a Lexus. Unfortunately, it was on my birthday. It was an older IS, and I'm not doing, I don't think I'm doing those cars anymore. The glass was like super sticky. It was on a really hot day, so I couldn't get that any cooler, and I was doing Pro Nano on it. And the next day, he was moving to Oklahoma. So, like, I do this car, I redid a bunch of windows, and then he had some problems with the job, but he had moved out of state. And, like, I know the job that got done on it. I wasn't ultra happy about it, but I didn't quite think it looked bad. But it was not quite up to spec, for sure. There's some extra air trapped in trust me, I know the situation that I had to deal with that car. It was not fun to even get tint on that glass. So it has the speakers, and really the best way to do those is to pull the trim on the bottom. But then you have to take the whole door apart, whatever. So I get the whole thing tinted. It was just a bad day. But then I couldn't fix it either. So then I'm like, well, you should be able to take it to another authorized Geo dealer, and then sure enough, the closest one is like 2 hours away in Oklahoma, or an hour away or something like that. So that's like not convenient now either. Ay. So yeah, if he wants to get it cleaned up, he has to get it removed. It's gonna cost money. It was just constantly annoying. I'm like, look, man, I'm sorry. I wish I could fix it. This is an awkward situation to be in. Here's your money back. Lesson learned. So, to be honest, I think it's super cool when people drive out from really far away, especially like this one. I do get a little bit nervous because I want everything to turn out right the first time, obviously, and I don't want them to have to live with anything that they don't like. So if there's something that I miss, then coming back here for a quick fix is not exactly convenient at that point. So, but I try not to psych myself out too much. But yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong. But letting somebody so if somebody's got a situation, it puts you in a weird spot. So if somebody is just unhappy with the work and says, hey, just give me a refund, then really you should also have the film pulled off the car too. Maybe they're trying to get one over on you and they want free film too, and they'll just deal with it because it's then free at that point, so it's fine. I don't know. But it sucks to go through all that effort. But it's kind of just one of the things about the business that we live with. I mean, just like retail, I can open up a box, I can return it, get a full refund, and then that product then is considered used, and then they lose money on it. So there's cost to every business. You ever tint a windshield with a chip in it? Yeah, for sure. Tinting over chips is up to the client. If they've got it fixed, then everything's fine at that point. You're not going to hurt it. Just be careful and maybe give a disclaimer. I would give a disclaimer. Yeah, let me rephrase that. I would at least give them a disclaimer. So like something small or whatever, like it's not a big deal. But if you have like a rather large chip, I will first be like, hey, there's a big chip in this windshield. Sometimes they'll tell me, hey, yeah, no worries, I got that fixed. I'm like, okay, just want to let you know, I can tint it. It should be okay. I'll be as careful as I can, but it's damaged glass. So just know if it spreads, you're gonna be paying to go get it. I'm not gonna pay for it. Honestly, like at least a lot of my clients are really reasonable. If you just explain a situation before creating one, then people are cool. My windshield has a pebble chip on the outside, but I can't feel it on the inside. It's been there for 10 years. For me, it didn't harm anything. Well, damn. I'm more impressed with that glass is not. You haven't broken a windshield in 10 years. On these roads, whew. I had a new Explorer for 2 weeks. Put a chip in my windshield. I tried, oh no. Throw a brick through your back window. That's what you should do. We got a glass shop right next door. So we get the new ones to tint before they're ever on the car. That's awesome. You know, that's actually really nice because then you get a lot of like side business too. And if there's glass problems, like they're right there. So you break a windshield, that sucks. I mean, if you were to break a windshield, is kind of what I'm saying. And then, like, they're right there. It's so helpful to have a business like that right next door. That's awesome. I tried removing tint myself yesterday, but peeled off the clear layer. Now the actual tint is stuck in the back window. What should I do? You can try and steam it. But if it's really brittle, like, yeah, you're basically scraping all that off the back window at that point. That's the thing about a removal that really sucks. Some people don't realize it until you're a little too far with it. There are a couple layers to film, and depending on how old and damaged that film is, some will come off okay, and some will suck. Tried steaming, it's just so brittle it flakes off. Yeah, just you're just gonna have to scrape it. Scrape it or replace it. So you gotta figure out how much you really like those defroster lines. Because yeah, there's no way around it. How steady does he have to be while trimming the edges? You don't need a steady hand. I don't think I have a steady hand. I'm just used to cutting. Lots of practice. You learn how to, like a gimbal, you learn how to kind of compensate for like all the wiggles and stuff. So like as my hand shakes when I cut, I just rely on the tip of that blade kind of holding things where I need to. God, this is really in there. Hang on. There we go. That's what I want to see. Got it. Oh, that wasn't what I was hoping to hear. Sorry, man. I don't have anything better to tell you. When you have a thin, flaky layer on the back window, So I haven't successfully, like, I haven't tried this. There are some people saying that if you tint the whole back window and let it dry, you can peel it and then it'll take everything off with it. I've heard that happen sometimes and not happen other times, but it's kind of like the trash bag method. Some film is just so baked, though. It's just... It's worth a shot. I don't know if you let it completely dry or you pull it early. It sounds crazy to me. I don't think it's going to fix every situation. I don't. It's, I can attest to that. It works for the 2 times I've tried it. Okay. All right, cool. I got to talk to you. So, do you let it completely dry? So is it like you tint it and then you go to it later that day? You let it sit outside in the sun for a couple hours? Like, how long are you giving this? Because a big problem with removals for me is time. I need that film, like the whole thing's getting done in a day. I need that film removed within a couple of hours. So, and being in Michigan, weather is not something that I can rely on. It'll be sunny one day, it'll be cloudy the next, and then winter for 6 months. Just like the trash bag method. Man, I've tried that very unsuccessfully. I'll tint it and let it sit overnight. Once I tint it, I hit it with a heat gun to get the glass kind of hot to the touch. Thank you for that. Okay. So if you can let it sit overnight, there's a chance. Do you need a heat gun when beginning tinting? Well, I've been tinting for a long time, and I still need a heat gun, so it's not something I grew to like. Yes, you need one. You need one. It's always a funny thing to me. You guys that are just tinting a few windows, yes, you still need a heat gun. You're trying to do this like you're trying to go buy a $20 roll of film and tint with a credit card. Yes, you need one extra tool. Go get it. There we go. Sweet. So the film is flat, the glass is curved. You need to form that film to curve to that glass, or all your edges are gonna look like shit. Yay! So the major change to this one is I shortened up the sides. Made it easier to tuck in. I'm gonna let that tack up. Gonna run over here. Hello, Tint Studio, how can I help you? Good, how are you doing? No, we don't do mobile, we're just all in-house. Unfortunately, not right now. Yeah, nobody offhand comes to mind that does mobile. Most people just do shops. No problem. Have a good one. Is there anybody here that does mobile? I actually don't know of anybody in my area that does mobile. I'm not going to do it. What about magnifying glass on a hot sunny day instead? What are you going to use a magnifying glass for? What if you scrape between the defrost lines and use a scrubber? What if you, what was that? Yeah, what if you scrape between the defrost lines and then use a scrubber and remove the solution for the rest? No. It sounds okay until you start doing it. When you're up here, you can kind of get to the lines. When you're down here, you're not putting a razor blade in between any lines without nicking the hell out of them. And to be honest, you can probably replace the back window for cheaper than all the time that you're going to spend on it. And to be honest, that's what some people end up doing. And especially as a shop, like that's why a lot of shops are going to default to suggesting either scraping or replacing, because what you're going to have to pay to have somebody do it is just crazy. But if you're trying to do something yourself, there's not a great solution for it. You're gonna trip up. You're gonna nick defrosters. You can be as careful as you want. You're gonna ruin it. You can try, but you're definitely gonna ruin it. That I can say with a certainty. So it really comes down to, like, here's the thing. You can scrape all your defrosters, and you can have like a super clean look on your back window. It just depends on like how. I don't think ruining defroster lines on your own vehicle, unless you use them, you really need them, is even necessarily a bad thing. It's like a personal choice. You can scrape all the orange off the defrosters, and you can have a super dark back glass. It looks cool. The only time I use my defrosters is in the middle of winter, when I have a foot of snow on my car, and then I remote start it for an hour and let that shit melt off my car rather than go scrape it off. That's what I need my defrosters for. In all sincerity, I don't know if you can disclose for business purposes, but in your opinion, what is by far the better/best tint recommended? You mean like the best company? Or the best type of film? It's an interesting question. I mean, I answer it all the time. Just before I get too far. Yeah, I can answer it. It's subjective. What color are they supposed to be from the inside? Defrosters? Well, they're still going to look black on the inside. What I'm talking about is the outside. So, like, every car that I tint, they use this orange color, right? When you scrape this, they're just black. They just don't work anymore. You're still going to see lines, but what you're doing is you're scraping all the metal off those lines, and it takes the orange out of the lines, and they just look dark. It's just, there's like, defrosters is such a interesting topic because, like, a client that brings you their car, especially when it's made in the last 5 years or whatever, it depends on the person. Do you use your defrosters a lot? Do you not use your defrosters a lot? When you run into those really bad tint situations, they're generally like 10, 15 years old, and the car's not necessarily worth a ton either. So it's like, there's people, you just don't, it's like, okay, fine. Yeah, I don't need my defrosters. I'm in Florida. Just scrape them off. All right? Like, it doesn't matter. But, we're of course going to try and do everything we can. So it's not a problem. But you have those edge cases where just something's so baked. Okay, in this situation, I'm sorry, we got to amputate it. We don't want to, but it's the only practical option. So we can either buy you a new one, which honestly, it'll cost some money, but what you would pay for having somebody tediously trying to scrape everything off and clean it all up and stuff, at that part it makes sense to just replace it. I've had that happen once or twice, especially when you're at like a glass shop or something. It's not that big of a deal. I don't know why I'd complain about defrosters. I literally live in LA. Yeah, exactly. It's not going to hurt your car to drive it around with the defroster lines not working. It's just one of those things. If you really like it and you really use it, and then when you go to resell it, who talks about their defroster lines? That's something that like, oh, when I needed them to work, I pushed the button and I didn't, and you know, they're so slow. Do people even notice when they're not working? They can't see in the rain without the defrosters. In the rear? Like, we're talking rear defrosters, not front defroster. You driving backwards? I don't know. It's kind of a funny problem. So it's always like, it's always talked about in this interesting like, oh, the defrosters, oh no, they're ruined. You gotta burn the whole car. It's like, I don't use it. I don't hardly use it until the winter time. So do I like to have them? Sure. But if I had an older car, and I wasn't putting much money into it to get it tinted anyways, and I'm spending a lot on removal and whatnot, and the installer ran into that situation, fuck it, dude. Just scrape them, whatever. Best solution is just to replace the glass. It fogs up from the humidity. Well, yeah, but I'm not looking out the back window while I'm driving. I mean, I have this like twitch where when I slow down, I constantly look through the rear view mirror because I've been rear-ended too many times. But I don't know. As far as defogging the back window, it's honestly never something that I think about. Like I said, I just use it in snow. I use it to melt. I'm like, I've got 6 inches of snow on my car. I could go out in the cold and try and scrape it all off, or I could just start my car an hour before I leave. And eventually it'll melt. I'm just gonna keep remote starting my car. Although now with gas prices, that might change. And then I rely on a backup camera when I'm backing up, so I don't know. Maybe it's just I've driven too many vehicles. You only need, like, vans and stuff like that. You only need front doors and a windshield. You don't need back doors, back windows, anything like that. Not really. I drive a hatchback Focus. The back glass is useless with double 5. Yeah, fair enough. Too bad they don't make the rear defrost a bit more convenient. Yeah, it would be nice if they laminated them in the glass, but this is also tempered glass, so I don't think there's a way for them to do it without making the glass really expensive. And at this point, there's probably some like law saying that you need defrosters, or they had too many customers going, why doesn't it have defrosters? What am I getting? Oh yeah, this one. Do you still have the video installing the backup camera? Oh yeah, that's one of my most popular video. I should just change into one of those channels. It should just be an Amazon meme channel. I should probably just do those every once in a while. So I'm gonna have some help here and watch. Nothing's gonna change, but in my mind right now it's gonna change, so. Oh, do I have the car? No, I sold it. It wasn't even I would have kept it if it was a good class car, but being that it's a 2-door, and I don't want to have like 2 extra shit cars. Yeah, I sold it. I have currently a shitty Altima. But I do have the shitty Altima that I can do stuff to, which is pretty awesome. Pretty stoked about that. How long do you have to keep the tin on before peeling it? For the, I don't know, the one guy that commented said overnight. So it's gotta, I guess, at least dry enough to where it's gonna cling to the other stuff. Could dry out pretty quickly if it's hot outside. And I mean quickly as in like, I don't know, maybe 2 to 4 hours or something like that. Just until all the water looks like it's gone. But leaving it overnight is probably recommended then in that case. Then he also heated up the glass. Leave it on as long as you can. So just tint it, and then just never remove it. There you go. You re-tinted it. You left it on as long as you could, forever. That is your back window now. Geoshield? You know, I wish I knew where that roll is. I bought a roll of it. They have a pretty box for it. And then I was going to do a video. And it's, I don't know where it is. I couldn't even tell you how I lost it. I swear it's sitting somewhere around here, but I've never been able to find it. Maybe it's sitting somewhere at home. But I guess I'm going to have to buy another roll of it. I don't know. It's not super cheap, so it might be okay. The only problem is just being an Amazon brand. Amazon takes like 15% of all your sales. So that's why you see like really shit film and tools a lot of the time. So like the customers that they're selling to don't know anything about film. And so they're not like, and then they want to try and keep as much money obviously as they can out of those fees. So it's like you don't even have to really deliver a quality product a lot of times in the film space. So I was going to try it, but the one I get asked so much about is always Lexan instead. Occasionally Geoshield though. I don't know, it might be okay. Sun Distributing, Tint Depot, My Tint stuff. You can get good films there still. You don't need to go to Amazon necessarily. I have a brake light in the car. Now it's like 4 lines I can't even reach with a blade. Yeah, you gotta pull that deck then. Yeah, you're just in a tough situation. So this is like every tinner's nightmare. This is why we don't like doing a lot of removals. Because what'll happen is we can tint nice, pretty new cars all day long and have an easygoing day. And then somebody will inevitably ask about an old car that needs tint removed. But it's always like, it's typically like at least 10 years old. Everything that we retint that had glue on it before always requires a ton of extra cleaning. Usually we can't, like, if we want to actually get the business, you know, the effort that you put into the removal is far more than you put into actually tinting it, but you charge less for the removal, which is just kind of backwards. So, like, we hate doing removals, too. So in that case, yeah, you got to, unfortunately, like, remove the brake lid, or the deck lid, too, to get to scrape the rest of that off. Just replace it. Fuck all that. I hate removals, man. I feel bad, too. Like, I haven't gotten that phone call very much lately. But every once in a while, you know, people get into, like, so if somebody has old tint on their car, then they start looking up how to remove it. Then they come across the channel. They start seeing the tint job. So it's like, oh, I'm in that area. I should go there. And I'm like, damn it. I don't want to remove your tint. No, and I just have to charge extra to do it. But it takes me, like, it's like a 5. That car goes from being like 2 to 3 hours to then being like 5 or 6 hours, depending on how bad it is. Can you try tint from AliExpress? Ooh, that was in a super chat. Thank you.
$2.89. Hey Matt, can you try tint from AliExpress, please?
I forget about AliExpress. That would be a good one. I missed the name. Hang on. I'll look at it. But thank you so much for the super chat. Yeah, that would probably be a pretty good video. But it would be very similar to like Amazon and eBay and stuff like that. But I think doing the whole thing, but it's kind of unfortunate because you find a lot of similar tools there. So like I could buy a full setup and I could tint a car or a door window or back glass with all the stuff that you get from there. It would largely look identical to buying and using film from eBay, Amazon, or any other, like Wish, like all those marketplaces, because a lot of the tools, the cheaper tools, they're all made out of China, so they're all sold all over those marketplaces. Some of them are actually pretty good, but I did an Amazon tool video that really didn't do very well, so. But, you know, I think about this too much. The thumbnail and title is what's most important, so. Yeah, I can do it. It'll just look identical. Just replace all the branding. I saw somebody, you know, I was gonna order it, then I didn't, which is a lot of videos. Somebody posted links to Scorpion film being listed on there, but then it turns out I don't think it's actually Scorpion. I think somebody just yoinked all the pictures off their website and then listed them on Wish. And there's actually a really big problem with counterfeit boxes. I see this all the time. There'll be a Chinese seller that comes into the Facebook group and advertise like, hey, hit us up on WhatsApp. It's like, oh God. But they'll say like, yeah, we got Lumar, we got Expel, blah, blah, blah. And they'll show pictures of a bunch of boxes. There's actually a lot of copycat companies. They will print boxes and then they'll just throw any film in it. That's not where that stuff comes from. That's actually why there are authorized distributors. and everything's pretty tightly controlled. It's not the same as oh, shit. Well, that's not fun.
$2.89. It's the only place I can order tint pretty much. Smiley face.
So, like, you want me to find you a good solution? All right, let me explain why that's really tough. N. Is that really your username, N? Dang. The letter N. Super chatted 20 DKK. Thank you so much. It's the only place that I can order tint. I live in a remote country. Okay. So let me, this is really tough. That sucks. That is going to be up for you to really try out. Because you're going to know better than me, honestly. I'm going to have to go through the exact same testing that you would have to do. You can try and order a handful of rolls, figure out what might be the best, and then just leave them on your car for a while. And I know that's not a quick way to just get started, but that's how you're going to, like, grow through some growing pains and figure out something that might last longer. You can start talking to the sellers, and the more sellers that you talk to, the more you'll find out, like, oh, these are all basically the same. This one seems unique. Start asking questions. And another thing you could try and do to speed up the process a little bit would be to get a IR lamp and have a couple of pieces of glass, put a couple of pieces of tint on that glass, and just leave it. And then pick whichever one lasted the longest. Because I've had really cheap film. I've got it to fade inside of 2 weeks. Yep, that's always like the best way, but it's slow. Putting film on a car and just seeing how long it's going to survive. But unfortunately, you're talking like, a better film's not going to show any signs of failing. And then a couple of years from now, we're living in a different world. So I bought the cheapest film that I could find. And I was looking for practice film. But then I had this idea about trying to fast fade window film. So what I did was I bought a solar bulb for like terrariums, because those bulbs are going to be probably as consumer friendly of a bulb that you can find, that are made to put out a spectrum very similar to the sun, because it's for animals that literally, they sit out and warm up from the sun, so it needs to be safe for them and recommended for them. So I took one of those bulbs, and then I took a piece of glass, tinted it, and put it about maybe 8 inches to like a foot away from the bulb. And it sat there cooking at about 150 degrees, which is about, on a hot day, how hot your glass is really gonna get. And then I just left it on, and then I would check it, and then I came back to it after 2 weeks, and then that's when it started showing signs of fading. After 3 weeks, it was getting really bad. So that film I would not trust on a client's car. I don't know, this is kind of guesswork, but so during the daytime, so you have 24 hours in a day. The sun is only up from whenever it is to whenever it is. But then during that time, the parts of the day that your windows are really going to have a chance of getting a lot of abuse, there's kind of like, I want to say maybe like 8 hours in a day. Because you get the sun from like here to here. And that's when it's really cooking that back window. And that's when it's going to be the hottest. So for every 8 hours that passes under that bulb, you could just kind of say, this is like 8 hours blanket statement, 8 hours of extreme, or like 1 day of extreme sun. And then so every day that goes by, you could, in theory, say that's 8, 16, 24. So every 8 hours, every day is then 3 days. So then 2 weeks turn into whatever it does. You're kind of exaggerating there, obviously, but it's not complete real world. But you are like torture testing the film under a bulb. And if I put a handful of films together, I would see which one lasted the best, and then that one would probably be the one that I would go with. Is it super scientific? No. But are we scientists? Not really. I'd be convinced. Shit, you saw that MEK test. Put some film in some MEK. Which one doesn't turn purple? All right, let's go with that one. I don't know. What do you guys think? Guys got any solutions to try and fast fade some window film? Oh, expel and grease? Oh, sounds like a good solution, man. Yeah. Like, Geo's great, but if it didn't make sense for my business, I wouldn't pull it in either. Having a company with the film that's within your territory is hugely important, because at the end of the day, when you need film, you need it as quick as you can. So all those little things, they add up. Okay, I'm seeing if this actually works or if this ruins, it kind of ruins it. Oh, it's not too bad. Huh, that wasn't as bad as what I thought. I let this sit overnight, and these clay bars, they start to like stick to a lot of things. So I took one and I stuck it so I could get farther down on the back window and it holds together a little bit better. But leaving it overnight, it didn't leave a lot of clay behind. That's cool. Just kind of stuck a lot. Okay, so I gotta remove this. Brake light. Yeah, expel shrinks great. They come from a good place. What is it? Is it 13 or a 10 mil? I forget. I get those confused. It's probably a 10 mil. Yeah, it's probably a 10 mil. I forget. I'll find out really quick though. So if you're going to remove these brake lights, which you don't need to remove them entirely, you just need to loosen them up. These are really easy to take care of. So on the K5s, they've got this really annoying brake light with no ceramic border around it. So, but Kia's looking out for us. So there's these push pins here, which you generally don't see on a headliner. These come down. There we go. So those loosen up, and then you get some wiggle in that headliner, and then let me grab a light. There. This guy? Has this got battery? Cool. So there's 3 bolts up here, and you guys know me. How much do I take stuff apart? So that's tighten, that's loosen. That's how much I take stuff apart. So then you're gonna creep a 10 mil, and you're just gonna loosen up the 3 bolts. Loosen them. You don't have to take them out. You can if you want to. I just always loosened them because this is easy. So then you don't have to fiddle with trying to put it back. You know, like line up the bolts, line up the socket, and line up the brake light, and then you're just sitting here fiddling around for half an hour. You just have to loosen it up. So you loosen that up and see all this play that we got there? Now you can tuck the film behind that. Way easier to do. I use the headliner to press this. Yes, I do the same thing. So you got the socket there. You can put a little bit of pressure back on this headliner that holds the ratchet in place, and then you just like I did, just and look, this is all loose right now. Perfect. That's all the room I need to tint behind it. Was that crazy? No. No, it wasn't. So I always remove as little as I can, and something like that, yeah, super simple, quick, easy to do. Bippity bop, you're good to go. It's a 10 mil. Thank you. It's always a toss-up between 13 and 10. Usually the outside stuff is 13, and if it's not, then it's definitely 10. Do you pop the panels? No. On the new Lexus, yes. Most of the time, no. The Lexus is a perfect one, though, that, yeah, they have, the panel kind of gets in the way. That front is really, really slim. It's very easy to remove those. So I'm happy about that. I'm happy they made it very easy. When you get into some of the older ones, it's not so sunshine and rainbows. How's that ratchet sound again? You know, I don't even remember what I said for that. I don't think I've ever seen you take anything apart to tint. I take apart very little. If it's that trade-off. So if a car is really easy for me to tint, then I don't need to take anything off, even if it is easy to take off, right? Like, why would I do that? It's easy to tint. Who cares? If a car is hard for me to tint, but also hard to take apart, then generally I also leave that together. If something is hard to take apart, or if something is easy to take apart but hard to tint, boom. All day, every day. Because why wouldn't you? So it's not like a super fixed rule or anything. But the other day, this week, I had a Pacifica. And those sliding rear doors are kind of a pain. So on the Caravan, I looked up a video. There's 3 screws that I loosened up. The whole seal popped out. Made my life way easier. I'll take that any day of the week. Versus a pain in the ass to tint window off of an easy fix like that. Oh, but just like somebody in chat said, they bottom load 99% of the windows, and they can't top load for shit. That's how they were taught, and that's fine. It's just a difference of doing the exact same thing. I wasn't taught how to remove a lot of stuff. So I did some door glass before I was a tinter, and like I've worked on some accessories and stuff. So I'm familiar with clips and the process, but every door is kind of a puzzle. And then the more that you have to figure out that puzzle, you see similarities between BMWs, Mercedes, Chevys, like, oh, all the Chevys typically do this, until there's like a drastic change. So you just familiarize and it becomes second nature to doing it. So that's how two-staging is for me. I just don't have to remove most things, and I put out a good result. So it's personal preference. I like not having to take stuff apart, especially with the channel. It's just kind of one of those feel things. You know, somebody gets a brand new car, then they watch somebody disassemble it. The more you see it, the more you're like, oh, okay, well, that's just how they do it. And they've been doing it for a long time, so I trust that business to do a good job and everything's gonna be okay. But I can't tell you the number of times that like even spraying soapy water on uncovered doors brought up a lot of concerns from people like, oh, where's all that water going? Oh my God, you just ruined that car. I can't believe it. It's like, no. So the less I have to explain, the better. But if I were to take apart more stuff, I'd like to do it behind the scenes rather than out in front, because that's where oopsies happen. Oh, there we go. So yeah, that's long-winded explanation of why I two-stage again. But if you do it a different way and you put out a nice result, it doesn't mean you're doing anything wrong. You're not trying to impress me, you're trying to impress the people that you're tinting for, and if it works for your business, then like, fuck it, keep doing it. So, and any types of like, you know, hey, I just got my car tinted, my door sounds rattly or something like that. If you can definitively say like, hey man, I didn't take anything apart. It's just one less thing that you have to deal with. So like there's other reasons for it, but you can see pretty quickly, like when you do this practically for a living, most of the cars that you do are not going to be a headache for you. You're talking about a lot of edge cases. So it's nice to do everything that you can to minimize that, but time is money. Figuring out what type of shop that you want to be and how much work that you can handle, like ways to optimize. That's all, it's all up to you. What's the best size roll to get? Probably 36. The next would be 24. Yeah, I would hate for a customer to say my door rattles because they took... Yeah, exactly. So in a lot of cases though, like you're tinting behind the scenes, they're not watching you do everything. So when you do everything, you know, just like taking it to a mechanic, how much of your shit did they have to take apart to do the one thing? Did you see the whole process? Most times, no. So if you're taking it to a good shop, whether or not they're taking it apart to tint it or tinting it as is, as long as it returns to you in the same condition that you dropped it off, then everything should be fine. So that's where, like, in most cases, like, it's not going to be a problem. Nobody's going to have any clue what happened behind the scenes. They just trust that you're a good shop, you know what you're doing, that's why they're paying you, and they're going to be happy when they leave. And if you do all that, then you're fine. It's when you get into this extra stuff, you want to show behind the scenes, that the more of the process that you show, you know, when there's those little things that come up that somebody wouldn't have noticed or weren't thinking about, and then you literally air it for everybody to see, it starts to change a little bit. That's why it gets a little difficult for me to show, you know, this is my shop. It's my name on every car. When I was at different shops, I didn't have time or the ability to cover up door panels. I wasn't taping seals, which, again, you don't really need to either. It's just a nice extra thing to do. But it's about efficiency. Car comes in the back of the shop, you know, just like it's getting the glass replaced. How many things come apart to get your windshield replaced? Well, there's definitely stuff that gets taken apart. That's just part of it. Same thing with tint. Some things can get taken apart, and it's totally fine. Just as long as it's all put back, nice and neat, you're all good. Same thing with Tesla sunroofs. Yeah, I'm kind of happy that I haven't done one of those yet. I've seen all the paneling that gets in the way of the Model 3s, and to be honest, I don't have a great, just looking at it, like, there's no great way to do it without probably getting some shit in the sides or a couple little creases that you got to push out or something. Like, it's just a challenging windshield because, like, all the paneling, I've seen this on, like, the Model Ys. The Model Ys put the plastic paneling kind of in the way. So I removed the lower section of that on the hatches. It's a really quick and simple thing to do, and I like the result that I get from it. Super easy to put back. But yeah, we're, like, just trying to lower, really, and, like, not taking stuff apart. Really what I'm trying to do is I'm just trying to lower my overall risk on a job. If I'm charging $300, $400, $500 for a tint job, even, like, it's good money when nothing goes wrong. When I have to replace a brake light that's a couple $100, well, that's a big percentage of what that whole ticket was. And I have film cost, I have overhead, that's all part of it. So of course I'm just going to want to do everything I can to minimize any risk. But the more familiar that you get with it, it becomes, like I said, for a lot of people it's just, hey, that's just part of the job, it's second nature, just know how to do your job. And so you'll have those expensive lessons come up. So it's kind of just, you know, it's good to know both. Which path do you really want to take the most? It's up to you. If you come from, like, a car audio background, then you're very familiar with taking doors apart. Bottom loading would probably be better for you. It'd be easier. But if you're not coming from a background that's taking things apart and you're uncomfortable with it, this is a good way to learn, and then it minimizes what you have to take apart. What was the Tesla that you did a few weeks ago? That was a Model Y. So I took one part off of it. On the hatch, they have, like I was saying, they have that plastic that runs around, like when you open the hatch up, so it'd be like the top plastic, just that, but it's because it's up, so then it's lower. You take off that lower plastic piece, and it frees up some extra space, and then it's super easy to tint the rest of that window. Easy peasy. I just saw another a video yesterday on a Model 3, I think. They took this trim piece. Might have been a Model Y. It might be all of them. They took this outside trim piece, and it pops right off. Well, that's really smart because on frameless doors, you can press against the window, and it'll free up space against that bottom seal. So if you remove the outside seal, you don't have to remove any of the interior, and it's a super quick and easy thing to do. And I saw that, and I was like, oh, damn, I didn't know it was so easy to steal those parts. Like I saw another video of some Charger fender flares. They're all just, they're not screwed on. They're all pressure clips. They're all just the clips. So you can literally just go up to the car and just pull it off the car. Good job, Mopar. Well, it's a way to sell more, I guess. Then they're all going to get stolen even more. It's good for business. Wow, I missed. That was sad. Some of them have clips that slide up and out of the door, so you got to take the entire panel off. Yeah. So if every door was as simple as literally popping back the panel and popping out the seal, I would recommend it way more. But you kind of got to figure out what ones you can do that on and what ones you can't do that on. And I like more universal approaches. So if I can do the same thing oh my God. Okay, so I had this idea. All right, let me talk about that in a second. What was I saying with this one? Oh, I forgot. Oh yeah, no. I like really universal approaches to stuff. It also helps with staying focused on a process. So if I teach a lot of people how to pop a panel on a car like this, and then they get one that, oh, sorry, on that one you just have to disassemble the entire door panel. Good luck. Like, that sucks. There's those edge cases where you have to do that, but that's one reason, like, at the classes and everything, like, I like the style that I teach, and I think a lot of people appreciate that much of it, is, like, it can be trickier to learn, but once you learn it, it's so compatible with a ton of cars that are out there, so you're covering most of your bases by learning one process, how to do it. But again, it depends on your background, too. Okay. Let's see. God, what was it? Who said that? Oh, yeah, they rip off so easily. At my shop, we wrap, disassemble a litter of vehicles. You'd be shocked how many external parts just basically fall off the cars. I got a good idea for you. Hit Me Yesterday would be an amazing TikTok or a way to sell auto parts or something. And it probably is already done. I don't know. I haven't come across it. Somebody should make a site that sells parts and call it easytostealparts.com, and your whole marketing strategy is literally showing all the easy things that pop off vehicles. You could probably have a whole auto store, like just sell any auto parts that you want, but that's your whole marketing strategy. Dude, I can't tell you how many people would share stuff like that. Ugh. So good. Should do it. Hello, Tint Studio, how can I help you? Oh, I missed it. What do you guys think? What do you think of that idea? I think it's perfect. Okay, so it would cause so much havoc. I agree. I think it would cause a lot of havoc. But I think it would also get companies to make their cars better. The TikTok was cause so much havoc. I think it's just a great thing. It's if you want some easy to make pieces that have a huge potential to blow up, just show all the easy shit that you can steal off of everyday cars. I saw, oh my God, maybe I can find the post. I'm gonna have to look up a couple people's TikToks, I think. Because there was the one that pointed it out on the Charger. I think that was Chad's channel, and then there was another tinter. His name's Nate. I actually worked with him, which was crazy. I didn't realize that until a little bit later. He's got a hilarious tint TikTok. He puts out some grade A stuff. He was like, okay, something about 2020's new Detroit hustle or something like that. Oh, it's so funny. Somebody needs to make that into a channel, though. So it's perfect for a wrap shop. It would make, yeah, exactly. So it would raise awareness, and it would get companies to make their vehicles probably better on some level. It's a great way to sell car parts. And that's your mission statement, is like getting automakers to make their parts less stealable. It's good all the way around. Except for the people getting their stuff stolen. That's not fun. But that's happening anyways. I like it. I like it a lot. I would 100% do that if I had a wrap business. So, I guess I'll kind of be a little surprised if it's not already a thing, but I haven't just stumbled across it, but it just hit me the other day. Somebody should totally do that. It'd be amazing. All right, so the rear all looks good. We've got the front quarters and the windshield to do left on this one. So we're making good progress on this one. Just getting a little bit of the back cleaned up. I'm gonna wait until I'm all settled on that back window to put the brake light back up there. It's turning out good so far. Moving on to stage 2. I didn't even think about the quarter windows. I gotta cut those. Probably gotta swap out a battery. Canon. Oh, I didn't even open it. Oh, good God. So my headset, it keeps like drooping over to the side. Wow, that's fun. Itchy. Are you considered a professional window tinter once you want to shrink the fingers from the shower curtain? Probably. Okay, so I didn't know this until much later. I learned that you can. Wait, shit. Okay, good. I have an extra battery. Cool. I forgot if I had one or not. I'm just switching this one off. Yeah, so it's not a problem later. What was I talking about? Oh, saran wrap. Did you know you can shrink saran wrap? So when you take, if you take saran wrap and you put it over a bowl, it's usually hard to make it perfect, but you can kind of stretch it out and you can get it to like perfectly flat. If you take a hairdryer or heat gun, it'll shrink and that shit'll be glass. Try it. I didn't know about it until much later, but it's probably like something people forgot about. There's probably more people that know that than I do. Hey, Chief. Chief. What's up, bud? Quick question. I've been having trouble with Geoshield. It's been peeling. I don't know what to do. I saw others were having some issue. The post was removed on Facebook. It was removed? What group? Was it in my group? Did somebody remove it? That is not cool. If somebody's having problems, I want to know about it. What Geoshield film? I had a situation with the Carbon Plus. Let's see. I wish they gave me an easy way to like look through it. Oh, why does it do that? I can't even go to my own group. It was Pro Nano 70? Really? Pro Nano 70. That is really unusual. They should swap out the roll for you, though. If you're having problems like that, I would get a new roll. I have not had that problem with Pro Nano. I've had that problem with the first piece of Carbon Plus that I installed. But Pro Nano has one hell of a glue on it. I had it on PN5 and 35. Really? I haven't had it on any Pro Nano. I told him and he said it was the vehicles. That's honestly what it sounds like, but I mean, that sucks to run into. It was likely overheating. I mean, yeah, I'd have to see it, but generally if everything like looks smooth on the outside and it wasn't, I don't know. I should look at it first before. Maybe they had a bad run. That really sucks. Usually something like that would swap out on So I remember seeing this problem on some Jeeps that we had. I don't know what they were doing to the windshields, but we had this film. At the time, I think it was ASWF. There wasn't any problems with the film, but it was the glass that we were putting it on. It would just roll back off the window. It would look fine. You'd walk away for 10 minutes, and it'd start curling off the window, and you couldn't get it to stick. I haven't had to deal with that in a long time, though. Other than that, like I said, that Carbon Plus. We offer Expel. I don't remember seeing Carbon from them. Some glass is kind of odd. We've had some similar issues with Expel XR Plus 70. Once we get it warm, it laid down. Yeah, like occasionally it like legitimately will be the vehicle. There could be some sort of weird coating, or, you know, just like from manufacturing or something when they like cleaned up all the glass and stuff. Like, I don't know. It's hard to say 100% of the time. It happened a lot with Solar Guard on the dot matrix. So a situation like that, it's hard to exactly identify how to fix it when you're dealing with it. It was on a 22 F-150, 22 Accord, 22 Tacoma, and 21 Camry. Oof. See, what scares me a little bit is that's kind of a range. So you have like Honda, Toyota, and F-150. So that's Ford. Eesh. So I wouldn't expect all of them to have the same issues. I would get a roll swapped. I would say, hey, I don't know what's going on with this, but I'm having this on multiple different types of vehicles. At that point, to me, that says there's something wrong with the film. I would get that swapped. I mean, unless they're all coming from the same dealership, it's very unusual to, like, I don't know. I haven't had that situation. I have new Pro Nano boxes that I have not dived into yet, but as I get rid of this stuff, I'm going to be opening up those. So, Cubby said it was the glass, so I don't know what to do. But it's multiple vehicles here. Hang on, I'm looking for my dry shrink prep. I've lost it. I've never had this issue till recently. Oof. Something doesn't add up. Yeah, it's not like it was the roll downs. Mm-hmm. Yeah, my first thing would be trying to get the roll swapped out. It sounds like he already tried to do that, which is I'm gonna have a little chit chat. Because when you can point, when you have that situation with one car, right? And I'm sure you know this. It's okay. It's something to be concerned about. When you have it across multiple manufacturers, like, okay, so we kind of brought it out. One vehicle type, okay, maybe it's that, maybe it's the roll, maybe it's the vehicle. Then you move to like a completely different manufacturer vehicle and have that same situation. There's either something that everybody on new cars is putting on glass that's causing like a big problem, or it's the film. At that point, it's hard to say it's anything else but the film. It's 100% the adhesive. Yeah, that's what it seems like. Which puts them in a really bad position, but that's why I have a hard time wanting to be a film distributor for situations like this. Yeah, that's another good question too. So I got to take everything with a grain of salt though, because there's people that make up some shit. We did a Range Rover with XR Plus the other day. Similar sources there, so great. And I don't know. Hopefully Gwari isn't just having a huge shit show with their adhesive right now. That's not fun to hear, though. Yeah, I'll definitely talk to them and see what's going on, because there's always two sides of the story. Geo has really good customer support. If that wasn't the case, there'd be a lot of negative stuff said about them. They do take care of their clients. So something's going on. But I can ask the mods. I definitely did not remove a post. I let all that shit fly, because what you guys are dealing with, I'll have to deal with too. I'm installing the same stuff. And I just don't want problems. I'm just gonna leave it as is, because I don't know if it's something on my part. Well, so like I'm taking everybody at face value here. So, but I know most people are pretty cool, but I did, like, I don't know. There's always two sides to this. So just hearing this side is like, eesh, man, that's not fun. I'd try and pick up another. Honestly, what I would do, my first thing that okay, so as a company, you got to figure out what's in your best interest there. If the film is not performing, I would immediately jump to. I'd look at my options, find another ceramic through another company, and try that as my next bet. Then you can definitively say it's the glass or the film. And then if I was happy with that other ceramic, I'd just use that. And that's just, I'm sorry, that's just how it goes. I can't have windows peeling off. That's just not acceptable. But to their defense too, is like, we ordered film to these specs. We do our own internal testing too. Everything shows that it's okay. Man, it's hard to identify. I'm not sure. So it's hard for them to definitively say too. But it's not that like them to just say, oh, it's the car, not the film. Like, they take care of everybody one way or another. So I love Geo, but do not do not want to switch. But like you said, yep, I do the same thing. Because you got to defend your own business. That'd be a huge pain. I try and keep them all on it, just one with another. Like, yeah, I'll keep an eye out for it. I think I've done mostly carbon jobs this week. I had ceramic jobs near the beginning of the week. I haven't opened any of my new ceramic yet, but I just reordered like a full lineup. I hate to just open rolls early, but maybe on the next one I'll try a different one and just see. But yeah, like it's hard for me to do that kind of testing for you. Like, because where I'm at is completely different from where you're at. So if I jump into another role early and it works out okay, the most I would say, like, yeah, it's whatever I got is still totally fine, and I'd expect it to be. But I would just, you need to keep your options open. It's like when I went through a big problem with ASWF. Nope, we're good. We'll just rather not have issues. Film should look good and stick to the glass. And if it can't stick to the glass, it's a big problem. So, yeah, it's very unusual. I think I've heard... So to follow up on that, I'm trying to remember where I've heard other situations like that. There are... I think I remember a manufacturer... No, it wasn't, sorry. I think I remember... Oh God, it's all hearsay at this point. I'd have to talk to Rick about this one. There was a car wash in somebody's area, so Rick had to deal with this situation too with his Helios. There was one guy where it was literally rolling off the glass. And what had happened is there was a local car wash that was spraying something on the inside of the glass too when they were cleaning it. It was just the type of cleaners that they were using on the glass. So it was a big problem for that one dealer. So like when you hear this from the perspective of a distributor, sometimes this can all make sense. Unfortunately, if it's one person out of all their dealers having issues with a film, generally it's something that the dealer is dealing with. If it's a bigger situation, they've got their ear to the ground. They've got lots of clients. They're hearing about it from multiple people. So if I get a phone call and it's like one person's telling me, okay, it's cause for concern, but there could be something else there. So like what I don't like hearing is across multiple automakers that you're having the same issue with. But I do remember talking to Rick before, and he had a similar situation where some clients were coming from a particular car wash, and when they cleaned up the interior, they sprayed kind of like a hydrophobic type cleaner. So they were having problems with that. I still am going to talk to them and see what they say. But I haven't run into anything yet personally. So I hope it's not a big clusterfuck for people, because that's all we need. I just don't like that there's no solution for it yet. That's what everybody's really scared about. We don't know if it's the film, could be the glass, but we don't know what it is about the glass. This is where this all kind of sucks. Why did I do that? That made no sense. All right, let me cut straight across here. Yeah, that's what he told me, something they're adding to the glass. If it's coming from a place that, like a similar place where everything was kind of cleaned up, so people are going to like a big car wash chain or something, like maybe there's a common thing there. But then, like, you know, troubleshooting, you start to whittle down all your options there. Is it only Pro Nano? Is it only this? Is it only that? Until you start to figure out what's going on. Ugh, damn it. I'm gonna have to go around the other one. Common denominators, yep. Start simple, work out. Breathe. All right. But yeah, I hope you can tell by the amount I'm talking about it. I don't I don't care if it's I would not delete a post like that. There's too much. Like, you're trying to sweep. Oh, Geo's having a problem. Sweep that under the rug. Fuck no. They're having a problem. We'll figure it out. I want to know about that shit. Okay. We got to put a towel up there. I think I'll finally wash this thing. Maybe we'll flip it the other way. Push stick. And let's move these seats back. Do you have any issues with fingers on the black borders of windshields? It's going to be how you shrink it. If it doesn't look smooth on the outside, it's not going to look smooth on the inside. Does Facebook ever delete posts? Kinda. Usually if they're just, like, they'll auto remove comments if they're deemed as hateful. And that's like, you know, people saying really terrible shit. That could be an auto delete. Other than that, it would be, there's mods in the group. So I can see, but here's what sucks. So there's a lot of stuff that's automatically deleted as spam, and that's before you guys even see it. It's just somebody posts, and then it's auto-removed. So it's not even, like, allowed to be posted, and that's to, like, filter out lots of spam videos and stuff like that. Even then, it's not amazing, because then they find ways around that. But that being said, I want to say I saw the post. So it was there, and if it was removed, I just have to try and find it. But Facebook sucks for finding all this stuff. So let me, I'm going to have to dig through it. I'll let this client know once their car is done, and then I'll try and dig through and see what I can find. Because there's a lot of stuff automatically deleted. Maybe I can search your name and then see if anything was posted by you and get to the post that way. And you got your name here too, so that's helpful. So it's probably that. I've had these headphones for a while. They're getting uncomfortable though. Hang on, I'm checking. Featured. Why did they change all this? They used to have like oh, it's under this bar here now. Okay, there's activity log. Facebook search on posts suck. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look later. Members. Ooh, I can search a member? Ooh. Okay, there's like... Yeah, there's a lot of bad spam that gets through. I don't see anything. I don't think any mods deleted anything. I can't find anything. Yeah, I don't see it though. Okay, I'm gonna have to keep doing this. I don't know. I don't see anything yet. Because I was searching your name, and I don't know. Then I tried searching mod, because it'll give me a whole log of what was deleted, and so I searched your name, and again, I couldn't find anything. So I don't know. They make it hard to find stuff. I remember trying to click on a notification from posts and unable to find. All right, let me send. Where's my phone? Good God. I gotta just stay focused, man. Oh, there it is. Okay. Canon. Ay, ay, ay. 2 seconds. Okay. I messaged my mod group, so I'll see if anybody can dig something up. Because there's like 7,000. I'm probably just going to have to switch it to post approval or something. Unfortunately, when you got a group of 47,000 people, there's like 900 posts every day that have to be like filtered or somebody look through them and approve or not approve. So like we delete a lot of spam, but buried in a lot of spam, there's a lot of good posts too. And there's posts that almost look like spam that aren't. So it's a very hard problem to kind of solve. So we could allow for post approvals, which is kind of a huge problem, or we could allow for people request to post in the group. That would be easier to take care of, but still, there's like 500 people requesting to join every week, so it's kind of a hard thing to go through and manually approve. So that's why it's just kind of been public and open. And spam in recent times has gotten kind of out of hand, but there isn't a great solution for it. There's people that are like, just make it private. Making it private left 5,000 members ago. It's not an option. Well, we've been able to manage a lot since we've had some control over automatic settings, but the people making bots get smarter and then they tweak things and find what can get through. So it's a constant battle. I wish Facebook would just get smarter too, but you know, they probably have the headache and they don't want to say that they lost users. Kind of like Twitter. Yeah, like, if people remember, like 6 months ago, it was all Cash App. So many Cash App scams. That's all taken care of now. So, like, I'm kind of figured, like, this is like a bad storm that'll eventually blow over. So, I always hesitate on making big group changes that create, one, a ton of work, and two, add a lot of friction to people making posts. I like it to be just very easy for everybody. The more hoops that you have to jump through, the worse anything is. Unless you have lots of spam bots. So it's a complicated problem to keep things the way it is. So I'm not sure. I wish I had a good answer, but I don't. Ooh, I'm gonna do this thing over on the other side too really quick. I should start on the other side. Yeah, the spam bops have chilled out. Yeah, probably because my channel's not as popular today. It's a thing. It's always changing. It's a super big problem when it's happening, and then as soon as it slowly starts to like resolve itself, everybody forgets that it even happened, unless somebody mentions it. So I've had the group for a long time now. It's gone through waves. So it's not like it's really annoying, but it's most people, honestly, they stick to their home activity feeds, and a lot of spam doesn't get sent to them regardless. And so when somebody makes a post and it's like, oh, this is a huge problem and it needs to be taken care of immediately, and then there's a bunch of people that go, dude, what are you even talking about? I haven't seen anything. So, yeah. It's tough. It's tough, and how meaningful is it? It's weighing those things. Sometimes you just gotta weather it out. That's probably why companies don't fix problems. You know, I've never heard that perspective before, but I understand. I don't want to post questions because it's public, and I don't want my friends to think I'm a noob. That's fair. Yeah, they were doing that thing. They do that thing where they recommend groups to friends and stuff like that. So you're right. If you comment and stuff like that, they're likely to show it to friends. It's an interesting take on it. I haven't had the energy to come out with a private group. One, because every other tint group is private. And with the handful... Sorry, this is just real talk here. There's so many private groups, and it takes a lot of energy and effort to get any group off the ground. So if the people that created it aren't moving it forward, the group just dies. And you'll see from time to time, there'll be some guys that get really inspired, and they go, we're making this new tint group, and this is all about learning, and this is all about helping, and blah, 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 blah. Holy shit, what the fuck was that? Hang on. I need to take a break here. It just slipped out of my hand. Is it okay? I think we're okay. I don't see anything. All right, we're gonna keep going. That's why it's reverse rolled. Yeah, my hand slipped up. Yeah, we'll find out. I think we're okay. That was a big, I was rolling it up, and then my hand didn't catch it, and it slipped. So we'll keep going. We'll see how this looks. Whew, I'm glad it's rolled, but yeah, we'll check it over. Okay, so what I was saying was it takes a lot of time and energy to get a group off the ground. And there's a lot of groups that fall by the wayside, and like people get really inspired to start it, and then what they find out was it's just a lot of work. It's a lot of work to get a group off the ground and people wanting to post there. People have to go out of their way to post there unless it just generally is active. And here's the thing about people is when it comes to just general activity, you'll notice the general section. Okay, what was I saying? So you'll notice the most active place in a group is general discussion. That's where most people are going to post a question because they want the most amount of people to see it. It's just kind of how people are. So people aren't going to go out of their way. Ah, there it is. Yep. There's a little crinkle right there. Wait. Maybe it's the liner. Hang on. I'm going to rip this off the glass in about 2 seconds if it's the tint. I could just be jumping the gun. Maybe it's the liner. Maybe I'm crazy. Sorry, I forgot the liners here. Let me check it out first. I was about to like go, oh yeah, there it is. No. Oh shit, that's actually the liner. Whew. Okay, I need to just shut up for a second to finish something. But yeah, people go to the most popular place. And people generally go to the most active place, the most popular place. And it's a subgroup of people that are going to go, like it's a very small group of people that are going to go to something private, something more focused and dedicated. And that's where, honestly, like, where you find a good amount of help and, like, you won't get a bunch of problems, but there's way less activity, and then people kind of forget that it exists. So, like, you honestly need a little bit of crazy in a Facebook group to keep it active, because if it was just, like, nice positivity all day, I mean, that's what I aim for, but then that doesn't stir up any activity, so I don't do anything to try and, like, stir the pot in my group or anything. But every once in a while, there's somebody that's going to post, like, a 5% windshield, and then just, like, a ton of people, and then lots of other posts come from that, and I don't know. That's just kind of how things work. There's always this churn. So to get something completely launched off the ground, there'd be like a small group of people that would really like a private group, and I can appreciate that. I'm just not going to be the person to head it up. Not yet. So I just don't have the capacity to do it. That was me. I honked. Yeah, that spam is the worst, and I'm trying to take care of it. I don't have a great solution yet, though. Like I said, 6 months ago was Cash App. There were so many Cash App scams. Those have all just kind of disappeared at this point. I'm assuming the same thing will happen. But I have to basically completely change the group in order to take care of the situation. So, and then whenever I see somebody, there's some people that get served those posts, unfortunately, and there's a lot of people that never see it. So that's kind of a lesson on posting. So if you see, when you post anything on Facebook, it gets shown to like a handful of people, and based on those people's reaction to the post, Facebook will kill the post, or they'll send it out to more people. And that's kind of an ever-revolving door there. So the posts don't get shown to a whole lot of people, but it is a problem. And I hate that it's there. I just, you know, it's like sacrifice the many to save the few type of thing. Like, I don't know. I see them and I want to get rid of it all. My wife helps delete them too, and she's like, yeah, this sucks. But we don't have a good solution for it. It either creates a ton of work for people that already aren't getting paid for it, including me. But yeah, we've had these talks. I've talked with the mods, and I kind of tell them what's up, and I ask them if they've got any options too, and we haven't really, you know, it's like, oh, okay, yeah, I see that point. It kind of sucks. RGC. Was that the Hunt for Super Chat? Yes.
RGC super chatted $4.99. Was that the honk to super chat?
RGC, thank you so much for the 5. Yes, that was the honk to super chat. I'm gonna check this over real close. I thought there was a little crease there. That was the liner, thankfully. So I did a couple things while I was prepping this windshield. I lifted the entire film up. I rinsed down the top portion of it, squeegeed it, so hopefully the underside is also really, really clean. And then as I'm installing the film, I unroll a section and I spray some extra water behind it and kind of flush that area down. That's what I did on the last windshield too. I haven't seen Daniel on in a while. Oh, he was here earlier. It's summertime, man. It's busy. Frankenstein or reverse roll back window? I Frankenstein all the back windows. I reverse roll all the windshields. Oh, that's the worst. Sorry, this one's fine. The God, what did somebody say? An automatic window got me. Those are the worst. Oh, okay, I'm triggered. So there's a old window, or 4 or 5 years ago. Hang on. Okay, so I want to say like a model range 4 or 5 years ago. I'd run into this on like BMWs and stuff. Where was it? There it is. Let me take care of this situation and then I'll follow up. So I was doing this BMW and there was like, they had these weird automatic safety features on it. And I don't think they were quite fine-tuned yet. So when you're tinting it, you're rolling that window up and down a couple inches a few times. And what really sucks about that is I think you're kind of scaring the system. It's like, it's not sure what's going on. So you go to remove it, or you go to clean it, you go to install the film, and then you go to roll it up, and then it would roll like a third of the way up, and then sabotage your entire piece of film, and there was nothing that you could do to get the window to stop. Pushing down on the button, pushing up on the button, nothing would fix it. So it just like, you're tinting a window, everything's going great, you push up on the switch, it does this. It's the worst. So bad. That drove me crazy. That happened 2 to 3 times. 2 to 3 times on a car, right in a row on the same window. I was almost just like... So the way I ended up at least helping fix that situation was I would leave the car off, finish tinting the window, the top portion, turn it on, roll the window up, and then turn the car back off again. Super annoying. That's the worst, because like it's not your fault for it to do that, but there's no good way to fix it, and you don't know if going through all that effort to retint it is gonna give you a good, is gonna do the same thing again. Those are the worst problems to have. Ruined 3 pieces? Ooh, yeah. It's one thing if you cause the issue. It's a whole other thing if the car is just out to get you. All right, cool. This actually turned out really, really good. This stuff. Same with the Lexus. The window switch was broken, so when you put it all the way up, it went all the way down immediately. So then you're trying to like just lightly touch the switch, and then you just like, it's super easy to pull up the switch all the way, and you're not even thinking about it for half a second, and then just whoosh. Yeah, those are bad. I'll run into that from time to time, not as much anymore, but on a lot of older cars that I used to tint, cars would come in with like weird problems. So like sometimes, oh yeah, like you pull it in, you start tinting it, and then one of the switches, like one of the windows just doesn't work. And you're like, hey, this doesn't work. And they're like, oh, yeah, if you leave the door shut, the window will work. So, yeah, little stuff like that. Ugh, you're kidding me. Oh, there it is. Well, we were 99% of the way there. That's obnoxious. No wonder I couldn't see anything. All right. So there is from that little drop, as far as it's either something that got stuck in the film, but I think it's actually how it got wrinkled. There's something there. I think it was from the drop. It was either from the drop or yeah. It was either one or the other. There was something there that I didn't quite miss, or that I didn't quite get, or it was from when it shuffled. I thought it was a little scary, but I was kind of amazed I didn't see anything. Not until it's all perfect. All right, so you guys want to see a windshield again? It's okay. I'm not upset or anything. I'm just sad. That turned out really clean, too. I'm kind of happy. I've been working on windshield perfection for a while. And I just want to see a really consistent result. Sometimes I don't see that. So we're gonna go back over it one more time. We're gonna do the exact same thing that we do, except we're not gonna drop it. I also use a scrub pad instead of a stupid, instead of a razor blade. That's what happens when I use a scrub pad. Deja vu. Yeah, welcome back. We're just doing this windshield for the first time. Have you guys ever had patterns just fall on the floor? There's usually something. You never get away scot-free. So on that one, I was like, I don't know. It was one or the other. Either there was a small, I don't know. It kind of looked like a little shuffle there. But that's fine. That's fine. Thinking about buying race deck, worried about dust and dirt collecting in the panels? Well, it definitely will. So you might be better off with like an epoxy or something. So there's no magic here. All the dirt drops and falls in the cracks. And every year is probably a good time to pull up the floor, clean it out, and then put the floor back down. They're really just hard. They're just like plastic clipped together panels, so they look super cool. I like that the water falls out of my way and I'm not walking through it because I don't have floor drains here. Most shops that I've worked at, actually some have floor drains, some don't. It's nice to have drains. Was kind of shocked that it wasn't creased at all. I know, me too. I was like, for sure, and then I didn't see anything, and then there's one thing right in the middle. Like, it was small, but there was definitely something there. So I was like, okay, maybe I actually maybe I got lucky on that one. I wasn't sure if I should stop the install or just keep going, so I figured I'd just keep going at that point. Normally I would just redo it, but hey, I call it like it is. If it doesn't look good, it gets redone. It's just a bad accident. Carried it off the peel board, flung it 3 feet. Sometimes you just get butterfingers. Just like, well, let's redo that one. But yeah, whenever a piece of film drops on the floor, it's like you can almost guarantee from the impact and the way that it folds on itself, there's something. But I was really surprised. I thought we were like home free. Everything looked good, and then you get that really nice close look at it. Everything in the driver's line of sight was perfectly fine. I was super happy. And then everything in the passenger's line of sight was great, and I was super happy. And then you look right dead center of that windshield, and there's just like, shit. Yep, there's something there. They drove too far for that shit. Gotta make it right. Canon.
Christian are also super chatted $10. Been watching for a couple weeks. Have gained much more value than this 10 spot from everything I've learned. Keep up the good work, man.
Yeah, see, this is happening. This keeps slumping over. Damn.
Anywhere Audio super chatted $50. Hey Matt, your multiple vids and live shows are much appreciated with many small tips and enhanced multiple skills. The Geoshield has been a great upgrade here and made jobs better / easier.
Okay, first off, Christian, thank you so much for the 10. Damn. Been watching for a couple of weeks, have gained so much more value than this 10 spot from everything I've learned. Keep up the good work, man. Thank you very, very much. I really appreciate that message. And then followed up by Anywhere Audio with a 50. God damn. Hey, Matt, your multiple videos and live shows, much appreciated, with many small tips and enhanced multiple skills. The Geoshield has been a great upgrade here and made jobs better / easier. Dude, both you guys, thank you so much. Anywhere Audio and Christian. Much appreciated. Thank you. Back to back. Those are big ones. That helps with the windshield that I just scrapped. Glad you guys like the videos and all the work that goes into something like this. I tell you, it's much quicker and easier to tint it without a big camera on your head, but it's just not as fun. Although some days I enjoy it. So yeah, this one, I'll just try not to be so butterfingers. Should go well. I got my air conditioning cranked up front. It's keeping the front much cooler than it does back here, but it at least helps. I don't have air conditioning back here, but leaving that door closed, helps a whole lot. Because yeah, we hit like 90, 99 the other day. It was very hot here. It's gotten better though. I think it was cooler this morning actually. Maybe I should have opened the door. About to get a haircut. See you later. I should do the same thing. Have a good one. I'm about at that time again. I just hate doing it. There's nothing fun for me about going to get a haircut. It's just something I have to do. It's not relaxing, it's not fun. I used Geoshield on a Model 3 back window. It was very hard to shrink. I had to go really slow. What do you usually use? Model 3 is kind of a... not exactly going to be the most straightforward back window to just try a new film on. But maybe what you're shrinking with is way easier. Expel XR ceramic. Or is that somebody else that commented? Did we mess up? No, I didn't mess up. I know, I hear ya. Brian. Oh, Brian with the Expel XR ceramic. No. I don't know. It shouldn't be much different. I haven't tried to shrink XR though. But yeah, there should be a lot of similarities there actually. So, a little surprised to hear that. Do you carry carbon and carbon ceramic? I don't see a point. No, I don't. I think it's going to be kind of a choice. They've been trying to give some more people options, and they've been diversifying a little bit on their offerings that way. So it doesn't make sense to carry every film through them. I always recommend 3 and possibly 4. It's good to have your basic film, your good value mid-grade, and then your high-end ceramic. And then if you want to go above that with like a super duper one, then that's not a bad idea. And you can arrange those any which way that you want. Like, so you could do a carbon ceramic, super ceramic. Is there one that is hard to shrink? No, I wouldn't say any of the Geoshield films are hard to shrink. What's the last name? So the name on that was Mario Hernandez. At least that's what I'm going off of his YouTube comment. And I remember seeing the post. It either got accidentally deleted, Facebook either automatically removed it, or, yeah, like accidentally from a mod, or Facebook did something. I have no idea. We had a big conversation about it. Does Geo only sell to shops? Pretty much. I mean, it makes the most sense. So you can talk to them and get like sample rolls, but you're not, like, it doesn't make sense for most people that are just looking to do a couple windows to order a roll of it. So when I say they sell mostly to shops, they sell in quantities that make sense for a shop. So they sell in sizes as small as 50-foot rolls. But you don't need to, like, have an LLC background check or anything like that. Like, you can be a dude starting from a home, and you can carry it. I quite like that about them. Not everybody's going to like that about them, but there are a lot of people that also look to make their own sustainable business. Not try and help everybody out on YouTube. Okay, so I'm gonna get that set up. Let's squeegee the inside, which should be nice and clean now, because we had everything all nice and clean, squeegeed, and then pulled it. What was the point of the dryer sheets in your old tutorials? So for dry shrinking, you need to put something on the glass that allows that film to kind of cling to it. And dryer sheets work really, really well. But get the good ones. Don't get like the shitty off-brand ones. Those suck. Is the blue hose bad? No, I use the blue hose. It's on the other side. The blue hose is honestly better than the Flexilla hose. But I like the look of the Flexilla, so I have both. Because I'm fancy. What happened to the other windshield? It go bye-bye. I talked about it for a while. It just wasn't nice, so we got rid of it. Round 2. Uh-oh. Oh, I like that question. Can you make a ceramic coating? Can you make ceramic tint by putting a ceramic coating on dyed film? Man, I love that question so much because I already had that idea. And I'm sure many companies had that idea before I did. But for a video, I want to make it into a video. Spoilers, no. But man, it would make a good video. So I've also gone as far, somebody that attended the classes, he was like, is there anything you can do to make bad film last longer? And it was like, well, okay, why would you? And then we were talking about chameleon films. And I was like, that's an interesting thing because there's lots of there's lots of like weird films out there. You know, it'd be fun to have a good source for chameleon films, but I just can't trust anything. So is there a way that you could, at least for the people that want to do it on their cars, is there a way you could make it last longer? So I had a talk about ceramic coatings, and from what I understand, people can try this for themselves, but from what I understand, a ceramic coating just isn't thick enough to filter out any significant amount of UV. And same thing for heat. There's just not enough there to do anything that's gonna make a difference. So it's gonna basically pass right through. So they work for their intended use, which is hydrophobic. Some claim they strengthen the windshields, stuff like that. But beyond that, no, they just don't. Ooh. Yeah, let me do that one more time. I'm going to do this on this side, too. So I wish there was something cool like that, but it makes a really fun title and thumbnail, so but a really disappointing outcome. What is the IR? IR stands for infrared. So the way to look at light is in a big spectrum, and it's measured in nanometers, and that sounds really complicated. But basically, like, you have this big wide bar, and that's your light spectrum. So in that spectrum, you have radio, you have UV, you have IR, you have, all sorts of radio waves. Like, light is how everything happens. And so the heat range goes a little bit into the visible light and a lot into the infrared side of that too. So when you filter out all the infrared, you filter out all the heat, or a lot of it. Like 50% of it. So you filter out like a large portion of it. So unfortunately, there's no like chemical liquids that you can put on glass to make them have the same effect. You have to do it in like a film barrier. Or else, you know, could you imagine how much ceramic, chemical, and how little jobs, like how much that your whole business would change if that becomes the case? You'd be doing two things. You'd be selling film, and then you'd be coating glass. All right, here we go. Let's get this in place. Yeah, so you can measure how much is coming through. The noticeable difference is really going to be what you feel. And so it's a very, like, if you don't have tint on your car and then you put ceramic tint on it, you're going to feel a really dramatic difference. So I carry a meter to kind of put some numbers on it. That at least helps show people on camera that something's happening. And then I physically show people the demo when they come in into the studio and pick out a film for their car. I'll show them the ceramic, the heat demo, how the carbon kind of stacks up against it, and then we'll kind of go from there and figure out what they want to do. I get those questions asked a lot. I like answering it. So some that's been here for a while, it might seem repetitive. I really like answering it because any curiosity about the differences is like super cool. Because I'm glad to see an average person, or like, you know, somebody looking to get something done to their car, take interest in kind of what goes into something as like what might seem as simple as tint. Just like any field, there's actually a lot to it. There's a lot of like tedious little things to it, and then there's also a lot of smoke and mirrors. So it's fun to clear all that up. So that's why I think making can you make dyed film ceramic I think making that video would be a really cool video to make, just to even explain something like that. Oh, that's on the outside. That's on the outside. Little drip drip. Heck yeah. That's on the outside. Because, like, there's lots of ways that you can try and dress it up. And you, like, there's, you know, there's the marketing side of things. And I would have more sales, I'm sure, if I just created an illusion around it, too. But I don't want anybody to feel, like, missold and, like, oh, well, I got it, and it, you know, just wasn't quite what he made it out to be. But that being said, I think any good quality film somebody's going to get on their car, they're going to be happy with. So, I don't know. Maybe you could call it clickbaiting them into getting something that they really wanted. But they didn't know it until they had it. I think there's two sides to it. What is that? Oh, cool. That's where I pulled it. I'm looking like there's bubbles there and I'm trying to sweep and nothing's happening. Round 2. Have you tried Trimico brand? It's at Lowe's for protecting doors. It has tape, 4-foot wide barrier on a roll. Is this something for like covering door panels and stuff? I haven't heard of it. So no, but I'm curious. Using the fan tip? Yeah, I got the cone tip on one side, fan tip on the other. You get the best of both worlds. No, it really, if anything, it shows like I could use either one. And there's reasons why I like a cone tip, there's reasons why I like a fan tip. It's kind of a 50-50. I think I'd lean to buying a cone tip over a fan tip, but they're both good. They're both really good. It's for door panels? Okay, I'll have to look it up. Trimico. No, I haven't heard of it yet. I've been waiting for other people to come up with a alternative or a better sticky plastic or something. But they keep using the same thing I'm using, and it's a decent solution. Used for home interior paint protection mainly. So the things that I like, the real problem to solve is like trying to find something that'll cling to most door panels where even painter's tape and stuff won't stick to it. So that's why I use the tape that I use is it sticks to basically all door panels, and then I put the sticky plastic over it. $8 for 75 feet by 4 feet. Okay, I'll look. Let's see what we're dealing with. Okay, you know what's really sad is I still have a couple quarter windows to do. I retinted my cars 2 times. I keep getting pinholes in the film. You mean like dirt specks? Woof. All right. I'm not one to brag too much. But damn. I feel so much better. Small holes that you can see through. What? All right, you must just be scraping the film over dirt or something. I have no idea. There's nothing that you should practically do that would cause holes to get through the film unless it's on the glass and you're hitting it with keys or something. Or you are majorly fucking it up during the process. But having physical holes through your tint is weird. That shouldn't happen. Seatbelt holes. Yeah, something like that. So if your car is tinted and everything's fine, and then you start getting holes in like your driver's door, you're either knocking it with the seatbelt, you're hitting it with a ring, or you're knocking keys on it. So pay attention to what you're doing. Otherwise, if it's like you are the guy that's actually tinting, oh shit. If you are the guy that's actually tinting your car, and then during that process somehow you're getting holes in it, I don't know what you're doing, but you'll know when you do it. Sounds like scraping over dirt. Well, yeah, you gotta you gotta clean the windows. So before you go to tint it, wipe off the windows and stuff. And then if you're like shrinking it and you just it should be pretty apparent. Tint's a rigid thing. It's kind of a hard thing to like mysteriously put a bunch of holes in it without like you'll hear something. Tinting should be quiet. When you hear the film crinkling or making sounds at you, generally that's a bad thing. Good tint job is nice and quiet. Holy shit, this is clean. All right, I'm really happy with this one. Cool. All right, we did it right this time. I think I'm going to keep doing that. It's hard for me to recommend that, but squeegeeing the entire thing out, like, so you cut, you shrink the film, you get it on the glass. Okay, cool. It's ready to install. Before you go to install it, pick it up, spray it, squeegee it out behind the film a little bit, roll it down, and then when you go over it, and you're unrolling it, flushing a little bit. This seems to be the ticket there. God damn, is it 3? What have I been doing all my life? All right, let me pull up Tint. We're gonna buckle down on these quarter windows right now. I feel like I go into like a weird tint void. When I do some of these live streams. Because I'm like, I'm having a good time. And then next thing I know, I look at the clock and it's like 1 o'clock and I'm like, okay, that's still not bad. We got a windshield and some quarter windows to do, and now I look at it and it's 3. What was I doing? Bondo cards with suede instead of the Mac tax. Ooh, that sounds pretty cool. Yeah, so I used like there's this really cool one too. It was a slim foot, something like that. But it was just like an angled card. And then Rick put a felt strip on it. And it made it really, like, it was a really nice shrinking tool. Jesus. I used to go back to the good old days of the Workhorse one. So really fuck, it's still, god damn it. Nope, stop. How do you get this thing to stop? I should finally ask them how to stop it, but I never remember that. Okay, so I had this thing set at 45 the other day, and I tinted a... I was tinting a back window. Hello, Tint Studio, how can I help you? Yeah, but we're all booked up today. Okay. All right, you too. Bye. You guys are open today. Yeah, but it's 3. Okay, so I did a car the other day, and I was cutting out Pro Classic, and I had to up my pressure like a lot. And then I just, leaving Pro Classic and Pro Nano, and C2 were basically on the same pressure settings. And now I noticed I just had to push it all the way back down to 45. So I'm like way confused about this blade. I got the other tint blades though, so I'm just gonna have to swap it back out. I just always hate that. Just go to do something quick. I remember having that problem with the Workhorse one though, and then we finally got it sorted and everything's cool, and then I switched plotters and here we go again. When it's broke, just leave it. Or when it isn't broke, just leave it. It's fine. There we go. All right, we got some patterns. Last one up. Okay, so scooch these in on the bottom. And if they're cut right, they will slide right up into place and cover all your gaps. Don't get stuck. Please don't get stuck. There we go. Ooh, 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 magic. Oh, that is nice. That's tough. And it starts sticking. It just doesn't want to move. Free it up. Work it into place. Nice. Okay, where's my black squeegee? No gap. Heck yeah. See? Minus the film I just lost. Really doesn't seem like it's been 4 hours. Well, that's good. I'm starting to feel it. The big headache is always when I have to redo like a full windshield. So when everything goes smoothly, there's time. There's like plenty of time to kind of like take it easy, talk about a few things and whatnot. But when I unfortunately screw up an entire windshield, that eats up a lot of extra time. So then, compared to everything else, it's like, oh, damn. Not that I'm in a hurry to do it. It's just... Whew. Time flies when you're having fun, and then sucks and slows down when you're having problems. Yeah, that's pretty fair. All right, last window though. When you tint with the defrosters on, there we go. How do you squeegee without it drying out? You gotta be kind of quick about it. So the film should want to slide in place, and then you're gonna squeegee out the same direction that the defrosters are leading you. Don't just squeegee straight down on those defroster lines. Always go from center to the left or center to the right. And then you can get away with a little bit right at the bottom, but that's kind of the pattern that you have to do. Use those like air channels to your advantage. And you gotta move reasonably quick. And you can squeegee a couple times. You just gotta be pretty pretty, what's a good word for it? Intentional. So if you're squeegeeing like a little bit here and a little bit there or whatever, just like start in the center, work your way out, and then just check it over really quick. And then if you need to do it again, you have some leeway on that. It's not just gonna dry up on you super, like it's not gonna dry out super quick to where you can't push anything out. But if you like lock in an air pocket kind of in a random spot, just at that point you're probably gonna have to pull the film back, spray it down a little bit, and then squeegee it all out, or squeegee that section out again, which you can still usually get away with doing. As long as it doesn't leave glue behind, you can peel the film back and get an air pocket out. But I'll do that on pretty much any car. I always try and go sideways along the defroster lines. Because when it starts tacking up, that's when certain things will, like, you'll have maybe a little bit of air here along a defroster line, and you try and push it down, and that's where you're smeared across the back window. But I'm pretty quick and straightforward about it, so when I have a piece of film on the back window, oh, you're welcome. Okay, so what I was saying is,
Gino Hernandez super chatted $1.99. You ever have a divot in the middle of the glass?
never mind. Forget what I was saying. Gino with the 2. Have you ever had a divot in the middle of a glass? Yeah. There's nothing you can do about it. Any imperfections, a chip in the glass, a scratch, you tint over it, and it's just not going to make it look better. If you've got like weld splatter, you can try and scrape some of it off, but you're only going to make it look marginally better. We're putting a film over glass, and that film will show lots of imperfections. Anything that's in between that film and the glass is going to show. It's going to show in the form of like air pockets, and it's against a nice black background, so it stands out more. So you can slap a piece of film over that, but it's not going to make it look better. So yeah, check over the glass, learn to identify what's messed up and what's not. What were you going to say about the back defrost? Oh, maybe I'll circle around to that. I kept thinking it was dirt and redid it like 4 times until I realized it wasn't an install issue. Yeah, you're going to get all sorts of problems. Glass is not perfect. A lot of new cars, though, they'll be like, most of them will be fine. But especially old used cars, sometimes people get them restored or something smacks against the window, takes a little section with it or something like that. Like, you know, there's lots of little things that can happen. So yeah, I've definitely had like scratched up glass, tinted right over it. But what's nice is most of the problems, like people sitting in their cars, they're not doing much to ruin their own glass. So most things are, like, you're not going to run into it super often, but here and there you'll run into where the inside of a window is pretty scuffed up. It's just had a lot of abuse. All right, let's wipe this down. We have everything on the glass. Looks good. Let's clean this up and should be ready to go. What were you going to say about the defrosters? So with the, oh yeah, I got this guy too. All I was going to say about the defrosters was like, if you're working in a shop and it's really hot and you pull in a car, the car is really hot and it's not cooling down very quickly at all. Everything's going to tack up faster. Everything's going to start to dry out faster, especially when you put the defrosters on for one of those problem cars. So it's not a bad idea to like even add a little bit more soapy water. See how quick that is to put back up there? Where is it? Oh yeah, it's back here. So if things are really tacking up on you fast, especially on the back window, a little bit more soapy water is going to help you out. Boom. All tight. Oops. There we go. 1, 2, 3. Push clips in. Everything is all wiped down. Yep, quarter glasses are done. Front quarter glasses, back quarter glasses. All the windows are done. But yeah, when your windows are tacking up pretty quickly on you, add more soap, and then look at how the defrosters are laying down. This is just broad brushstroke. You see me a lot of times sweep more left to right along the defroster grid, because the tint is going to try and bind up a little bit on those defrosters, or it's going to tack up to the glass and stay loose on the defrosters. It's going to do like one of those two things. So if it's a little loose on those defrosters and then lets a little air in and then it's tacked down on the glass and you try and shove that air, it's going to start screwing up. It's going to leave lots of little air trails. But that's generally like, it's not a big issue if you just take care of everything right the first time. So when the tint is nice and new, you squeegee it out, you check it over quick, you don't let it sit for 10-15 minutes and then get back to it and try and squeegee something out from the middle. You look at it, you figure out everything's squeegeed down, okay, cool. There might be a couple little things that pop up on the side, but everything from here out is all taken care of, and then it's just, you just let it dry. Don't screw with it anymore, just leave it alone. Don't try and squeegee something out 15-20 minutes later, because at that point you're just going to create problems for yourself. Oh wait, no, this one. Okay, cool. So that's all put up, all wrapped up. Whew. Looks good. Yay, I'm excited. Let's just go into this little guy. Thanks for the tips and info. Yeah, you're welcome. No worries. See, I like that. A little touch up. You can roll it down. If you do everything right, you should be able to roll it down right away. Cool. All right, we're going to now wrap up here. Shout out some super chats, and then I gotta cash them out. This went on a little bit longer than I thought, but you know they'll be happy. They'll be happy with how it turned out. Looks really, really nice. I just got majorly slowed down with that windshield. Yes, we'll turn the key off. There we go. So there you have it. Damn, looks good. So that is 20 carbon on all the sides and back, and then 50 on the windshield. So a big thing about 52 is under this lighting, it's basically like a strong overcast day. It's gonna make that windshield look a little stronger until I get it pulled outside. Canon. Wow, this is really just flopping out. You see what I've been dealing with for the past 20 minutes? I gotta fix this situation. Amazing. Does that GoPro still steady? Look at that. It looks like it's straight on my head. That thing is uber tilted. Good God. It's a newer head strap too. Ugh. I think I need to wear it in a little bit and do some adjustments. All right. I'm interested in starting window tint. Any recommendations? I have been looking for classes. I live in Michigan. I have my shop in Michigan, and I teach classes once a month. Maybe those. Tint stuff. So you can find more info at my tint stuff. This month is all full, but I have openings next month. July. We do a lot of tools and stuff. It's pretty cool. All right. 3:16. Oh, okay. For some reason, I thought it felt like 4. 10, 11, 12, 1, 2. I'm still like an hour over, but like where I felt like I should be. But it was worth it to make sure the windshield turned out nice. And to hang out with you guys. Happy Father's Day. Oh, thank you. I forget, that's Sunday. I gotta go out to my dad's. We're gonna bring steaks over there, and then he's gonna cook them. Have you tinted a CHR? No, not yet. I've seen the spoiler on it. Looks very similar to a few other ones that I've tinted, though. Kind of like the Type R Civic hatch. All right, I'm going to shout out some supers. Thank you for Chino. God, that stupid window. Chino, Anywhere Audio, Christian, RGC, N, like literally, the letter N, sponsored by the letter N. RGC, Daniel Reyna. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate the support. Helps out a lot. I hate to just leave right away, but I definitely have to. I spend so much time on this car. Alrighty, so thank you guys again for hanging out. I'll be back on Monday. I'll do a live stream, I think, before the class, and then I got 3 days of classes next week. So I have the new guy. I got a camera that he's going to be holding, so hopefully we'll have some footage from that and whatnot. I'm hoping. I'm not guaranteeing anything, but alrighty. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. I will see you probably Monday. Have a good weekend. Happy Father's Day to all the dads out there. And